Hello, 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 and welcome once again to Champions of Javrok. We are here with episode 2, and we're just getting everybody in as we arrive and get ready. We've got 4 minutes until everyone's ready, and then we will start our episode 2 as they get ready to battle the fire beetles.
All right, so I put it up. Those are called shadflies. It's in the pick dump, and we get this every year during the summer for about 2 weeks.
Oh, gross.
It's bad.
I live in the prairies and we get grasshopper swarms every few years, but they're pretty far in between.
Oh God, yeah, no, this is every summer. Usually hits around Canada Day, and it lasts for like 2 weeks. Thankfully, they don't have any mouths or anything, so they just kind of like breed and die. That's all they do. But they fly, and they smell like fish, and it's just so gross.
That sounds like something out of a movie.
Right? They look a lot like something they have up in Cleveland, but they call them muckleheads.
Oh, those are fun. I was gonna say those look a lot like mayflies.
Yeah, the mayflies is another word for them. Mayflies, or here we call them shadflies.
We don't have those every year. Like I've definitely had times when they were really bad and like they just are
Check,
sit on
check.
everything and
Just getting everything dialed in, folks.
So gross.
3 minutes until it starts.
Also, hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I've been doing like an online convention thing for this weekend, so I feel like I haven't talked so much in like the past 2 years.
Got to have lots of glasses of water around.
Yeah, for real. I had to go get my water bottle before I started. I was like, wait a minute. I can't.
Now, is there a way, Five, that I could get you to turn your mic up a little bit? I'm not sure if you can, but I've turned you up as much as I can.
I can try. Hold on.
Okay, I think you go to preferences. I'll kind of like walk through it a little bit with you, maybe. And then there's a voice and video area, and then if input volume's up all the way, that's fine. That's just how it is sometimes with Discord. But if you got a little bit of headroom there, feel free to turn it up a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely up all the way, but
Okay, no worries.
You just move the mic a little closer to your face.
Yeah, I guess that would help too.
Is this any better?
Yeah, it looked a little bit better on my tracker. So
Sounded better to me.
Yeah.
I just have to talk right into it.
beautiful. Yeah. That's if you do that, it looks like you're coming right through with the same level as everyone. So now that I've dialed everyone in, and feel free to do that with everybody else. You can again right-click in Discord on any name and adjust your own volume for each user. All right, and everyone can jump into the game too. Feel free. Oh, he wishes he had Fireball.
Fireball would be very useful right now.
All right, well, I guess we can start, and I'm going to start with a recap today, as I normally do with all of our sessions. And well, actually, I'll wait till Barrel for the recap. Let's go ahead and just jump right into. I want y'all to roll me some initiative, and I've got a whole bunch to do, so I'm gonna start doing that.
Real quick, remember to select your token before you roll initiative. So
Oh yeah, thank you. I forgot. I got to keep talking. Yeah, so everyone has to click on your token first and select it, and then you should be able to see all the things that come up, like your health and your AC. And if you don't, let me know. And then once you've clicked your token, you can go into your character sheet. And when you find your character sheet, in the middle of the character sheet at the very top should be initiative. And it's right beside, I think, your armor class, I think, and something else.
What's our token again? Is it the little guy that's on the beach?
You betcha. It's the one on the map.
I'm clicking. I'm not getting anything.
Ah, thank you. All right, so let me go find yours. Oh yeah, I see what I did here.
Boys.
It has to represent your character. I kind of botched it. Anyways, let's see here. Give it a shot now. When you click it, you should have all that stuff, and you should be able to highlight it. And I'm gonna get to work on my Beetle boys.
Do I have to press a button or anything? Right clicking and left clicking doesn't seem to work.
Oh no, you have to click on your token to highlight it first, and then you'll go into your character sheet, and then in the middle of the character sheet near the top will be the section where you have your AC class and stuff. There'll be a word initiative, and you actually have to go under the number, and then you click on the word initiative, and then it should send it to the tracker if you have it selected. So you have to select your token. That'll be step 1 by clicking on it, and once you have it selected and it pops up and with a little like you could move it around and stuff. After you've done that, then you go back to your character sheet and click initiative. And yeah, it should be near the top somewhere in the middle. Hey!
I did it!
I think that is the
Oh,
cleanest
no.
initiative around out of any of my newbies. Nobody misclicked. Thanks for catching that, Gwendolyn. I'm like, yeah, roll initiative. And everyone's like, wait, what? What are we doing? How?
And we all rolled terribly.
Oh, yeah, I just came back to it. Oh, God. 5. Oh, good thing you rolled good. You might need to get the F out of there. But we'll see.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Five
so,
can
and
take
I'll give you
one, right?
guys a warning, too, that, like, I'm not going to try and kill you this turn. Obviously, this is more of a tutorial first battle. But in the early stages, it's sometimes you'll get knocked unconscious easily, and sometimes it's just the way the game goes. But we probably won't get into any of the death and dying rules today, let's put it that way.
Just because no one's a
That's
wizard.
good. Yeah. Although honestly, I mean, how high could the wizard HP be considering that like mine's 8?
Anywhere between 6 and 9, I think, right now.
Yeah, mine was starting 6. Actually, it depends on
Nice.
your con modifier. You can get a really low HP. I made a cat wizard one time that I decided to like nerf its HP because it's a cat. And anyways, so that one had like really low HP. And I think you can add a negative con modifier, but I'm not sure about it right now.
You just like have negative health.
Yeah, that would be hilarious actually.
Is that supposed to be Master Joe at the bottom? Because I think that's the wrong.
Oh yeah,
token.
okay. So, I had a specific token for Joe, but it didn't match the rest of them. I'm gonna keep your guys' tokens separate from the rest of the tokens, and I'm gonna use art that I have from my like DMG stuff, my purchases, specifically for the campaign. So all the tokens of NPCs and beasts and stuff, they will be circular tokens, and then you will be able to define yourselves separately by looking at your square tokens. And Taehyun Jo, yeah, that's her right there. She now looks like the same bald orc, half orc kind of lady. However, she has a more realistic photo, I guess, and that way you can identify it. Now, I guess in the recap, I was going to go over the kind of scene that we're looking at here, but we can do it a little bit now. So when we came down to the beach, there had already been lots of people amassing over the times. Maybe a few hundred people had squeezed into this kind of little beach area. And so you were amongst like a pretty big crowd. And amongst the crowd is, a handful of different types of people. There's old people, young people, mothers, children. They're all running around having a good time. And so yeah, I figured I'd paint that setting. Now, I've brought these characters in because these are the characters that said they would be at the eclipse. You have Errol, who I said she would be there, and same with Taehyun, and a bunch of your monks as well. And then there's also the game master Salazar. He's packed up his stuff and he's brought it down to the beach. Pardon me. And so I figured I'd put those 3 onto the map so that you could see them. Any other questions before we start? I know we're just waiting on Beryl right now, I think.
I had just a real quick question. At the beginning of Five's bit last game, you said that the monks had given Five like some travel stuff, and I wondered if any of that translated to like anything I should actually put in my inventory or no.
Oh, I actually did miss that part. It's just rations, so it's going to get you to add 5 extra rations.
5 rations. Okay.
Yep. You can add it to your total of rations. So you should be, I think everyone starts at 10, so you should be at 15. If I've done it right. Well, instead of waiting around, I think we should just go ahead and maybe start. I'll give Beryl a couple more minutes before I start into the recap and everything. I still need him to roll his own perception and initiative, so we'll get into that right away. But I specifically don't enjoy tardiness, and so, I mean, if you have a really good reason, it makes sense, but we'll see how it plays out, and when he gets here.
Maybe next time you should be making food beforehand.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I got to stream beforehand and eat and walk my dog and prep the session and get the stream ready. I mean, there's a million things I do, and I still get here on time.
He's just role playing his character in real life too.
Yeah, he's like just getting into the vibe of it.
Like, hold on, guys. I'll fight the beetles in a minute. I gotta go do something.
I gotta fight the beetles on a full stomach, you guys. I can't do it right now.
Well, he spent a long time wandering around lost in the city, so.
Definitely would have worked up an appetite.
I was telling my grandma about our last session and was like, yeah, we have to fight beetles next time. And then I was like, I should think about how I'm going to fight beetles. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, they're probably
Can't
pretty
exactly
tough.
hit them with a javelin.
Yeah, exactly. With the javelin, it's like, what can I do here? What can I work out?
Right.
All right, I see
I
Beryl's
don't know
here.
how big they are.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Wonderful.
Late as usual.
No worries, not too bad. 10 minutes, I can tolerate 10 minutes. Hey, that happens. That's life. All right, well, I guess we'll jump into it. So, I was just telling everybody I'm going to do the recap first, and normally we start our sessions with a recap, and then I'll get into the rest of the stuff for starting the game in the session today. So, we started Champions of Javrok with each player coming to town, and we rolled for a couple different random events that would happen to be our framing events for the campaign, at least for this introduction part. The framing events for the campaign might be a little bit different, but at least for today we had that framework. And we found that the Reeve was going to come back, an important NPC from an attack or a different kind of battle, I would say, on the eastern shoreline, or not shoreline, but the eastern boundaries of the Empire. And then we also found out that it was a solar eclipse happening, and that it happened on an 11-year cycle. So we got each player to come into town, and either they played some games, or they got lucky with a high perception roll, and they got to have their fortune read. And then Globuk, pardon me, when he played the games, he smashed the strength game and he won the bag of holding, which was kind of like the highest prize for the games. After the games, everybody kind of did their own thing. A few people went to the Night Owl pub, which was the local pub, and then a few people went to just kind of hang out in the square or the town, and then eventually go down and prepare for the eclipse to watch it with the rest of the townspeople. And in the town square, Ilyana and Five were introduced to each other, and Ilyana kind of heard that Five was trying to do some woodworking. So Ilyana went and bought a instrument and smashed it open to have more resources for Five to whittle with and make wood sculptures, of which Five made 2 sculptures, one of a tarantula and one of Jojo, and I believe the tarantula was better, but I can't really remember right now. Do you guys remember?
It was.
Yeah, okay. Getting better with practice. And then in the bar, Gwen and Globuk had a slightly awkward conversation as they were introduced to each other, where Gwen tried to discuss a little bit of her faith and her religion, which is very important to her. But Globuk was kind of, maybe not put off, but it was a little awkward. I'll just say that. But they decided to go down to the beach together as friends, so that probably Gwen could maybe talk his ear up a little bit more about his faith and religion. And at that point we got everybody down to the beach. And I know, Beryl, you had the outage, which is kind of funny because it was almost prophetic. I had an outage yesterday due to a hailstorm, and my D&D campaign was put on hold for a few hours, actually, and a few people just decided to leave. I gave them that option because I didn't even know when my internet was going to get back. The hailstorm was pretty intense, actually, and luckily my garden was pretty safe. But there is going to be some things we're going to get you to do, Beryl, before we go into it. Now, is there anything else you guys want to recap specifically or talk about before you got... Oh, well, when we got to the beach, the eclipse started, and then Gwen was the only one, I believe, who rolled a high enough perception to see the beetles approaching. And she was the one who kind of saw that at the beach where everyone had gathered. There was maybe 100, 200 people there, different people from the village and stuff, kids, old people, mothers, that kind of stuff. And yeah, while they were watching, in the middle of the eclipse, Gwendolyn kind of turned her eyes a little bit just because it was so intense, and saw these approaching glowing red beetles that were approaching the beach. And that's where we left the session off. And so now I'm going to go back to all the stuff I need for Beryl. But is there anything else that you guys want to cover in the recap?
Just that I'm in a tree.
Oh,
Are you
yes.
in it or are you under it?
Yeah, wait, were you under the tree or in it? Because I remember that Five came up there for a little bit, and you guys, I think you came down to trade the tarantula, or she gave you the tarantula?
Yeah, she gave me the tarantula, so I'm probably out of the tree now.
Okay, well...
Okay, yeah. Five didn't climb up there.
Okay, yeah, so I'll keep you down there. And there is some really terrible markings on the map. I'll just kind of allude to them right now. Right beside Ilyana on both left-hand sides, it says 40 feet. It's very, very bad, and if you zoom in enough, you can see it. However, there is sort of like a vertical rating on each of these maps as far as how high it is. If you keep going down, it goes 40. Then to the right of Ilyana, there's another light green mark on the cliff that says 20. Then it goes to 10 over here, and then it goes to 5 down at the very bottom. So that kind of gives you an idea of how this elevation comes down. Yeah, but I need to actually start rolling initiative. I totally forgot to do that. And Beryl, you were at the bar, but again, you had disconnected or whatever, so we just kind of played it out that you wandered around town for a little bit. Actually, I don't think you made it to the bar. Somebody pointed you in the wrong direction. And then eventually the eclipse was happening, so you were like ushered with some other people, some randoms who were like, who were kind of what are you doing? And then you were like, well, I'm going for the bar, then the eclipse, and then they were like, well, the eclipse is happening pretty much right now, so you should just come with us. And that's how we got you down there. Yeah, but I do need you to roll me a perception to check out if you are one of the people who sees these giant beetles coming at us. Now, just for a visual too, while you roll that, the beetles are about 3.5 feet large, so they come up to most of your guys' waists, I would say, and they have large mandibles that are about a foot long each. So they're pretty imposing beasts, and again, they have a sort of toxic red glow that looks I don't know, imposing, I would assume, but maybe your characters really like the color red and you actually don't feel frightened by it at all. That's up to you. But that's pretty much what they look like. 1 foot mandibles, 3.5 feet large, and yeah, they look like if they catch one of these little kids that are on the beach right now, that would probably be it for the little kid. Like it's about the size of a little child already, and then it has these sharp mandibles. Yeah, and now I'm going to need you all to stand by, and Beryl, your perception check will be on your skills and abilities, and those are all under alphabetical order and near the top left by your ability scores. So again, just give me 2 minutes, maybe, not even, to roll out all these initiatives, because it is a lot, and then we will get into a little bit of our battling time.
Well, Beryl is quite the perceptive individual. Yeah!
Oh my god.
Oh, the rolls happen to agree with you. I am having a weird sensation that the rolls in this game are going to continue to be very fitting to each of your characters, and I base that off the thing that when you all rolled your trinkets, they were all extremely fitting to each of your characters, and I don't know why that happened, but each of them were it was like something that seemed perfect for your characters, including 5 who got a dragon scale. And she's the only dragonborn in the whole campaign. Anyways, as far as player characters. So, yeah, give me a sec here. I need to get focused on rolling initiatives. It's really just a lot of clicking. Oh, yeah, thanks for rolling initiative.
Apparently I can roll that well.
Yeah, good
So
job.
high!
I don't
Highest out of
know.
everyone.
All the initiative, but no awareness.
You go first, but you're so busy, you can't see anything.
All right. So at this point, I do have the option now for Gwendolyn. You can see that there's this imposing threat, and you do have the ability to warn everyone at this point. Do you decide to do that?
Yeah, I definitely going to shout out about the beetles.
All right. And what do you yell out to everyone as they are all currently entranced, looking upwards at the solar eclipse as the moon sort of moves in front of the solar eclipse, and there's that ring, that beautiful ring around it?
I guess I would point at the beetles and just scream, "Everyone look out! Beetles! Giant beetles!"
All right. At that, you see a few people, including Taehyun Jo and Errol, who is the shopmaster and grandmaster of 5. Those 2 girls, they immediately hear you, and they look around and break their view and start to scream as well. And at this point, all of the people have now started to hear you guys and take this seriously. And you can see that they're starting to scramble, and people are rushing out. There's a big wave, and they're clearly moving toward this area down here to the left-hand side of the map, around the bush, around Gwendolyn, Globuk, all that kind of area, all around these big rocks that are kind of acting as channels for the people, and they're starting to move very quickly. Mothers are grabbing their children and screaming for their children. Older people are starting to move, but they're very, very slow. And you can see that Taehun Jo, being a very dexterous monk, starts to grab some young children and throw them up onto the cliffs over here. And then at that point, Beryl, you would notice that this is happening. So we are going to go into Beryl's, and Errol, Errol, the female shopkeeper, has helped her as well. She is tossing children up on the cliff, so she's going to move over there, and Salazar is starting to run away. And that kind of lets you know the general direction. You see they've all moved to the left now. Again, they're moving toward everyone in the giant wave of people, and a sort of like a stampeding mass almost is moving around. It won't impede your movement as you go because there's enough room here on the beach that your movement will be fine. But you do see that everyone's in a sort of panic, especially with the mothers and children around and the old people. They're all trying to figure out ways to get off this beach quickly as they realize that these swarms of red glowing beetles will soon arrive on the beach, and if that happens, there will be a problem. Now, I will also say that all of your passive perceptions are good enough to notice that the beetles move about as quickly as any normal human would. All 5 of you are sort of a standard adult person, humanoid, and you all move 30 feet, and you're all able to perceive that as they're coming around this corner, that they're moving about the same speed that a human would, or any regular humanoid would. And with that, we will go to Beryl, and you gain initiative.
Ooh, beetles where? All right. And he's probably just going to move towards the beetles.
All right. So at this point, I will let you guys know what you can do and not do on a turn kind of thing, a general framework. On each turn, you have a bonus action, an action, and a movement. Now, all of your movement is base 30, which is nice, because I don't have to remember any other numbers. And you have the ability to use an action to take certain different things. Now, under the compendium, there's a list of different actions you can use. I'm not going to cover them all right now. That's something that you guys can look at a little bit more. I will say that there's one that I just saw Beryl do, which was the dash, where you're allowed to take an action to double your movement speed and dash. And he has done that. I've seen he's moved right up to next to 5. So 5, you've seen that now. And there is still a bonus action now for him. So, just to cover what he's done so far, he used 30 feet of movement, and it was nice and mapped out. And after that 30 feet of movement, he had no more movement left, and all he was left with is his action and his bonus action. So he chose to use his action to spend another 30 feet of movement, which got him to where he is now. And Beryl, the last part of your turn, I would like to ask you is, what would you like to use your bonus action to do?
I don't believe I have much I can do. I guess I could give Bardic Inspiration to that dragon next to me, 5.
Yes, that is 5.
Yeah, you run up and 5 just is like, "Sir, you should get back. It's dangerous over here."
Well, that's where the fun is. And yeah, I guess I'll give 5 a Bardic Inspiration.
All right, and with that, I will cover a little bit of spellcasting. So, for every spellcaster here, Ilyana, you might want to pay attention, but you don't have spellcasting yet, I don't think, other than your cantrip Dancing Lights. Gwendolyn, I'm pretty sure you know a bit about spellcasting already, maybe not, but just to cover, when you go to your character sheet and you move over to the spells area, you will have a list of spells and each level, and then how many numbers you can use per day. So Beryl, I think you have 2 per day, but I'm not exactly sure, but regardless, I will get you to reduce the amount of spells you have currently now to 1 available, and you will regain those on a long rest for... Actually, I have no clue for bards how it works, but I assume it's like every other class that's kind of like your class. You're not a heavy magic user, so you would get it back all on a long rest. Let me know how many slots you have, and then also if you remember with how bards regain their slots.
Bardic
Yeah,
Inspiration's a spell.
It is not a spell.
Oh, it's just a cantrip?
It's not.
Class ability.
It's just a class ability, but I do have limited uses.
Oh, there we go. I knew it. I was like, well, it has a limit, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there we go. You've built the resource out. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. So I just came to check your sheet, and I see you have the resource. So actually, pardon me, he's not spellcasting right now. He's using a sort of like one of your resources. All of you have resources. It will be like your bolts and all that type of stuff. We went through it a little bit last time. Anyways, I see you've reduced your resources from 3 to 2. Thank you very much.
So what does that mean on my end? What do I?
So now on your sheet 5, you will go to your character sheet, and remember how we went to add bardic inspiration to our modifiers, and you see there's a 1d6 on your tool proficiencies, and then it will also be on your global attack modifier, and I believe that is it. You do not does it count towards saving throws?
It can be a saving throw, an attack roll, or ability check.
Oh yeah, I see it here. Okay, yeah, so you actually, it's on all 3. So anytime you want to use one of those rolls, 5, so say you want to use your javelin, you will highlight, and you want to use your bardic inspiration for that. You would highlight your bardic inspiration by clicking it and turning it on, quote unquote, and then that will add it to the roll when you click javelin. Now that modifier, you can use that same logic to all of your modifiers. Saving throws before you click strength, if you want to use your bardic inspiration on strength or a dexterity saving throw, you will highlight the 1d6, and then you will go ahead and roll it, and then I will get you to remove it. Now I also need to go ahead and teach you a little bit about tokens, because I will be adding status effects to each of your tokens. And usually for friendly ones, I kind of, yeah, and you only get to use it once, exactly. So choose wisely for bardic inspiration. Now, actually, I'll just get Beryl, if you want to shoot it out into chat, because we're going to do a lot of this with every spell, because we have a lot of newcomers here. I kind of want you guys to get used to maybe sending a lot of your stuff to chat so we can all read it, and then everybody knows. And that way you guys can gain the information as players. If we're in the middle of a game and say you just want to read it, and you have a question, maybe like, oh, can I apply it to more than just a check? Can I apply it to a save, which is a question I had quickly here. You would look through this little bardic inspiration that Beryl has put out in chat, and that will tell you basically exactly how it works. Now, some are a lot longer than others, so if you need some time to read through it, that's totally fine, because we will all be sort of learning each other's classes as we go to understand the dynamics of not only the game, but how your crew works, because every crew works differently, and your crew will have a very specific dynamic. Now, I also am going to retcon something. We talked about optional rule flanking last time, and I'm just going to cancel that. Actually, you guys have a lot of melee characters, and I just don't want to keep track of it. Not only that, I think it would give you a little bit of an unfair advantage with how heavily focused on melee a lot of your characters are. So just for simplicity for a lot of the new characters and me as a DM as well, we're going to kibosh all of the flanking rules. I'm not going to worry too much about them. Well, I'm not going to worry about them at all. And again, so you guys don't have to worry about them either. Flanking rules specifically states that if you have one of your friends on this side of a beast and they're on the other side, basically you would be stabbing them in the back. But I just play it that almost every character is dexterous enough that they know that 2 people are attacking them and can try and defend both sides at once. Especially for larger creatures, it gets pretty easy to flank them, and that's why I am taking that back. Now, I'm going to show you a little bit of your token stuff. So if everybody wants to look at 5 and her token right beside Beryl, we're going to zoom in here. I'm going to go ahead and add, what should inspiration be? Let's go ahead and add blue. I don't know why it's going to be blue, but we're just going to add it right now. So there you go, 5. You have bardic inspiration, and you now, when you use it, I will remove that blue mark. Now,
What did you do that made me so inspired?
Oh yeah, do you want to RP that out there, Beryl?
Ah, crap. Yeah, I heard there's danger over here. That's where the fun is, right?
Oh god, this guy's gonna get himself killed. I guess I'm very inspired to protect him.
And the way that bardic inspiration and bards work is that they imbue their words and music with magic, and their magic is evoked from their words and their music. So even if you aren't inspired by what he says, or if he vicious mockeries you in a PvP, if you're not actually embarrassed by it, it doesn't matter. You feel embarrassed. It's more of like it's just the way it comes out. So when he says, that's the fun of it. That at that point you would probably feel the inspiration, and you wouldn't know exactly why. You might not even trust that that he can win or anything, but you do feel inspired. And that's a good question, Gwendolyn. Yeah, you can sit on that barrel, sit on that, think about it, whatever you want. There you go, or roll for it. That's always a good way. Okay. Nice. Beryl does not understand the own inner workings of his magic, his connection to the weave, and how magic works from him. He simply understands that he can do things with whatever he does. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Dope. So I guess I got a couple movements. Now, a lot of these guys are just simple dudes. They just move around. So the first, I'm just going to move 2 of these guys, and then 5 will go ahead into your turn. And I usually map it out. I just show you guys where they're going. So, hopefully everybody saw the moves there. 2 of them sort of headed south, and there's a new guy yet down there. Thanks for the ping there, Gwendolyn. And I will go and move the turn order. Now, 5, it is your turn as you gain initiative.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I mean, they're all pretty far. How does climbing work? Like, if I wanted to go up the sort of beach ledge.
So the way I do it is, now you can gain innate climbing speeds, which will add to your movement speed. So say you had an innate climbing speed of 30. Well, your total movement would actually be 60, because you could run 30 to a cliff, then you could climb up 30, and that would all be kosher. However, you currently only have a 30 movement speed. So when you approach a wall, I take your actual movement speed out of your movement. So you would not gain any extras on that. And then if you don't have that climbing speed, I usually make people roll an athletics check. And depending how high up you are on the wall at that point, you will have to continue the athletics checks to continue to quote unquote mountain climb or rock climb your way to the top of a cliff. And if you fall, you will take 1d6 damage for every 10 feet, which is just the rules. And yeah, that's pretty much how I run climbing. So again, if you have climbing speed, you gain that extra bonus on top, and that's how fly speed and swim speed and all that type of speeds work. You gain it on top, so you would still retain a certain amount of movement speed. Now they're not interchangeable. That's a big thing. So you only gain swimming, so you can't run 60 and be like, I used my 30 feet of swimming. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, but you could like 30 and 30 fly kind of over ground. That's fine. All that kind of stuff. But yeah, for climbing here, if you're trying to go up this cliff specifically, it's 10 feet tall. I think with your movement speed, you can only get like maybe 5 feet up it. Oh, no, I'd give it to you because you reach it with 20. So you would be able to get to the top of it. You would just simply have to roll me an athletics or acrobatics check, as either of those are fine. I give it on strength and dex because you could either do it just being a brute, or you could bound up there very daintily. It's all up to whatever you want to use and whatever you're most proficient at. So if you want to go ahead and do that, you can roll those right now, or if you want to do something else, let me know and I can explain it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try just to I want to get behind them in case any of them try to go that way. So you said I can use athletics for this?
Yep, athletics or acrobatics. Or, yeah, athletics or acrobatics is what I use.
5 isn't super dainty. They're just kind of strong.
Dope. That's awesome. Good to know. She's not like a elven whip with a super high dexterity. Oh, athletics, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a pass. So you make it to the top, and you can go ahead. Now, can you move your token over there? Just to make sure. Perfect. Thank you. Awesome. And now you're there. You have your bonus action and action left for your turn. And with your monk abilities, you do have, I believe if I read this correctly, the ability to strike twice with your javelin if you get within range. So that will be, as a bonus action, you would use one action to strike once and then a bonus action to strike again. And you can either be an unarmed strike or it can be your monk weapon, which is your javelin. And yeah, so but for this turn, you have what is left is a bonus action and an action.
It says I went 25 feet. Can I like move 5 more feet in, or with the climbing, is that kind of like?
Yeah, unfortunately, the climbing speed is encapsulated, so I'll just recap that move. You were right beside Barrel here, and then you took 20 to get to the wall, and then you took 30 to get up the wall. And now you're, because it's a 10-foot gap there, you're on the marker right now, but if I just move it there, it says 10. Anyways, and yeah, so you used all your movement speed. So you can bonus action to 30. Now, I'm not sure what your javelin reach is. I know that pikes and javelins sometimes have an extra bit of reach. You can maybe look into that because sometimes certain weapons can reach, like whips can reach over 30 feet and certain things. And I'm not exactly sure how much. Your javelin might give you an extra 5 feet. And so if you end up here and you try and attack maybe one of them, it's actually 10 to hit it. So you wouldn't be able to reach it if it's a 5-foot reach, but if you had a 10-foot reach on your javelin, then you would be able to hit it.
Did I use my like an extra movement?
Nope, you currently are just
No.
sitting there with just your movement spent, and you have your bonus action and action to go left. If you want to use your action, you would be able to get within range-ish, but I don't know exactly how. You'd be in range for the next turn, pardon me.
I would like to use I want to throw a dart at one. Those
Dope.
have a range of 20 to 60 feet.
So I'll explain ranges right now. So 20 to 60. So at 20 feet, you will not have any disadvantage imposed upon you up till 20 feet. And then between 20 and 60 feet, you will have disadvantage imposed upon you. And then after 60 feet, I believe you can't even use it because it just doesn't reach.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to give it a try anyway. I don't want to throw my javelin because I'd have to go retrieve it then.
Yeah, that's really smart, actually. I think throwing a dart, even at disadvantage, is probably the best idea because you definitely want to retain your javelin.
Yeah, okay, so let me see.
And are you attacking the front guy here?
Yeah, just that.
Oops, I just moved him. Whoops. Yeah, okay, you hit. So first off, you get to just go ahead and click the dart now. And that in chat, under the 13 and 12, yeah, you got it. 6 piercing. Wow, your dart. Oh, wait, it's disadvantage. Sorry, I have to actually retcon this. I saw the 13 and got really excited. Actually, because you're doing it at disadvantage, the 12 misses.
Oh, no.
I know, so close. So you see it whizzes just over his head. I forgot about disadvantage. Aw, and then I saw the 2060 again. Anyways, pardon me. So yeah, you just skim over his head. Yeah, and that is a good metagaming thing. So I will just say for everybody, if you want to know a character's AC, you just listen to what hits and what doesn't. And this is a perfect example of how you would be able to metagame this out. And I'm totally fine with it if you do it. Essentially, I said a 13 hits and then a 12 doesn't, so you know that exactly at 12 you wouldn't, but at 13 you would. So its AC is 13 because I play in this campaign meat beats. So there you go, all really close. And yeah, feel free to use that information to your advantage. That is not I don't consider it a metagaming thing. I consider it like an in life, you're watching things either hit or not hit. You see that certain things have armor or not a lot of armor, and yeah, I will let you know about those things as we go on. But yeah, ACs, you can definitely, I'm allowing you guys to pick it out from rolls and stuff like that. It's totally fine. And if your character then sees that something has a high AC, especially for spellcasters, it's better to use like an area of effect attack. And I totally am fine with spellcasters knowing that. Now, obviously, maybe Beryl wouldn't know that, but other spellcasters might. It's up to the player for that. So
5 just chucks their dart and it misses, and they're like, dang it. That's it, I guess. Yeah, because I'm not close enough to use an unarmed strike, so I guess that's it.
all right, and over your shoulder, Taehun Jo takes a little look up, and sees you attacking them, and she yells out to you, 5, keep it up! We're getting the people out of here!
Oh, good. Keep them safe, Master.
All right, now we're going to do a whole bunch of movement as the swarm moves. So just stand by as I do a bunch of these, and yeah, I will. You'll see them all essentially. There's one. And I put them in series too so that I would know where they go, because if I get them good in the right order, you can see where they go. So anyways, let's go this here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I made that one angry.
Yeah, actually, they were going to try and go the long way around to Ilyana, but hey, you're in front of them now, and you just threw something at them. So, oh, dope. And then this guy goes right behind him. Yeah, this is why I put them in a line a bit. Yeah, dope. Okay, and then this guy goes right behind him, and he goes right behind him. As you can see, they're marching in some sort of weird line, like it's beetle mind. You know, I don't know what a beetle mind is. It's sort of like a hive mind, but different. And you can tell that this is sort of like their innate structure. They make these strands. Well, at least you can tell that with your passive perception. I was like, roll a perception. I'm like, nah, it's literally right in front of your face. So, do. Oh my god, my cat is in my face, dude, no. He's a very big, aggressive
cat
male
everywhere.
cat, and he when he wants cuddles, he just walks right into my face and my mic. Anyways, that's the last of the movements. Gwendolyn, it is your turn as all the beetles. There's a small contingent that looks to be heading towards 5, and then there is a bunch of other ones that seem to be going the long way around as they don't want to like jump down. They're taking the long way around.
Way too far away to do anything, so let's start fixing that. I will, I guess, dash the other 30 feet. And I am not in range to do anything still, so that is the turn.
All right, that's fine.
Big beach.
Yeah, it is a big beach. I was interested to see where you would all sit too, and you kind of all sat like pretty spread out actually, so that's interesting. Okay, give me a sec with my cat here. I gotta go put him away. As much as I love cuddling him, he's very, very aggressive with snugs.
Aw, baby boy. I want to know what his name is.
I've got a snuggly big male cat too, but he is a sleepy snuggly cat, so he only snuggles when I'm on the bed. That's it.
That's helpful.
Okay, so got 2 more movements. I'm back, and let's get it going here. Which ones are they? This guy, doop. All right, and now we are at Ilyana Ferrin Spence's turn.
Woo! Oh, I like that name. Okay. Okay, so I was gonna ask if Ileana can climb the tree with her acrobatics.
Most definitely, and you are close enough to it that I would just put you at the top of the screen for a little bit, and then you would be up in the air. So yeah, I'll put your token is now moved just 5 feet away.
Okay, perfect. And then I was thinking of using my short bow. Now the thing is, with my short bow, let me just click it here. It says the range is 80-320.
You betcha. That 320 comes in handy later on, but anyways.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. I'm like, that's far. Okay, so Do I just click short bow, or do I click one of those beetle dudes first?
Nope. So you've, but I need you to roll your acrobatics check to see if you can get up in the tree.
Ah, fair. Okay, yes. So roll the acrobatics. Gonna do that.
Oh, 12. All right, yeah, you pass. So you're up in there, and yeah, now you can go ahead and shoot. And all you do is from that middle section on the core page, you hit the short bow. Now, I have to take the first roll. That's how this works. And you are not imposed on disadvantage because you are just within your range. However, your first roll is not sufficient with a 6, even with your +2 dex and your +2 proficiency. So you are very proficient. You have a +4 overall in your bow. However, this shot, when it lands on the carapace of the beetle, you can see that you just haven't hit quite the right area, and you hit the most armored area on its back wings. And the bow kind of bounces off of that natural armor.
Did a movement, I did an action. What can I do for bonus actions, if anything?
There's a list of bonus actions, but it's pretty much limited to spells that are labeled bonus action. And then as a rogue, you can do unarmed strikes and stuff in melee. And then you can also, you'll eventually get something called cunning action, which you don't have yet. And we will actually level up today. That's part of the goal. Because level 1 characters are kind of bunk, which is why I gave you 270 experience points in general, just from your life. But yeah, you'll eventually have more things to do on your bonus action. For now, and if I'm not mistaken, all you can do is bonus action strikes, melee, and then you can also bonus action cast spells. But your dancing lights, oof, I don't even know. What is that? Do you know? Oh, it's an action, so you wouldn't be able to cast it. I think at this point, you would not be able to pull anything else.
1 second. Let me just quick look here. Could I, as a bonus action, what's a tinderbox made out of?
Oh, that's like it's basically for making fires. So you have things that'll light up in there, like paper and kindling and very very fine shreds of wood and stuff like that.
But what's it made out of? Is it metal?
I would say it's probably wood.
Okay. Would I be able to take my crowbar and hammer and kind of bang them together to try and get some beetles over to my way?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'll let you do that as a distraction for sure.
Yay.
Looks like it is metal, actually. Just looking it up. So yeah, yep. You bang a loud metallic sound throughout the air into the tree, and I will say that these 4 here can hear you. So I'll roll 4, kind of per. Actually, roll me animal handling. That's what I need to do first, to see if this is a good enough animal idea to, like, if you've got the skills to bang pots proper and make the beetles feel real jivey and they want to dance and come on over your way.
Okay. So animal handling. That's right under acrobatics, right?
You betcha. Okay, so at that point, I have to say that it does not work. They seem much more interested in what looks like a feeding frenzy than your sounds of pots. Now, if you rolled high, I would have given it to you, but that is just not even close to the DC I was looking for. So, unfortunately,
I tried 5.
she hears that too, as she hears the banging in the background, and I tried 5.
Oh, dang.
All right, so that'll be the end of your turn, right?
Yep.
All right, let's get on to Globuk now, as we are nearing the end of the first round of combat.
I'm just gonna move because I think that's all I can do.
Sounds good.
I meant to.
So yeah, in this first round, in the first kind of 6 seconds of everybody moving away and running through you guys, Gwendolyn, Globuk, you've pushed through the mass of people. It's kind of like a river around you as they try and get out of the beach. But you two are walking towards this here. And, you've seen Salazar and Tehan Joe start to help people, and he ran away, and the other girl, Errol, helped toss people up there. As they're literally tossing kids up there, they're very dexterous, and like they're throwing them. And aiming it very perfectly, like they land with a soft plump on top of these cliff edges. Beryl, you came up and helped Five by giving her inspiration. Five, you tried to toss a dart and missed, and same with Ileana. And yeah, that's kind of how you can picture the whole turn order working, is that all of this stuff does happen in real time together. And usually it takes about 6 seconds. Now, because we have a lot more creatures in here, I would say this probably took more 8 to 10 seconds kind of thing in real life. Yeah, and I guess with that, I'll go move these guys, and we'll come back to the top of the turn order for Barrel's turn. Unless
Just gonna
Globuk...
hide behind the cleric here.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds good to me.
It's a good thing that Five isn't scared of bugs, because can you imagine just like a 3-foot size beetle shows up?
I got a special idea for this last guy here.
Oh,
He's going to
no.
go and try and jump this 5-foot cliff coming down. So he too has to roll.
All his legs.
Yeah, well, we'll see how bad it is. If it's a crit fail, maybe. So what he has to do is do the same thing as you guys. When he jumps down a cliff, I also use acrobatics. And because this is only 5 feet, he's not going to take any damage. However, he's going to have to roll his own dexterity or strength. And I actually accidentally exited the sheet, so give me a sec here. There's the sheet. And let's see how he does as he jumps down. Oh, he succeeds. All right. So you see him deftly jump down. His little beetle wings sort of flap as he lands nicely. Yeah. And with that, we are back to the top with Beryl. You gain initiative. What you thinking, Beryl?
Oh, right. Let's see. Oh, hey, something's in range. All right, so that guy, now I will cast a spell, Vicious Mockery.
Awesome. Let's see how smart these beetles are. Wisdom. Oh no. Beetles are not wise. Ooh.
Your mother was a cockroach.
Wow, that thing is ashamed. All right, and you see it dies. It immediately takes it to the heart, and it kind of makes a scream, a terrible scream, as the impact of your wonderful jest hits it in the chest, and it reels back and lands on its belly up on its carapace. That's what I was looking for. It lands on its carapace, belly up.
Lost the will to live.
Completely. He realized it was true, actually. He's like, my mother was a cockroach. No. Could no longer go on living. Oh, that was the super... Oh, man, that was the dude who jumped down. He was, like, super into it. He thought he was going to live. He's, like, fucking out there, looking good, passing checks. GG. All right, I'm going to delete him from the turn order, too, just as I do that. Anything else for you, Beryl? Do you want to move? Any bonus actions?
Not at the moment.
Cool.
Actually, wait.
Take a look at your sheet. Figure your if you can do stuff. If you want a bonus action or something. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't really looked at your guys' spells too much. Which is kind of. I think you've got. Let me see. You've got Vicious Mockery, Healing Word. Oh, I'm already wrong. Probably.
Well, if you didn't want to get too close, I mean, they're coming to you, so.
True. You could start moving backwards. Might put things out of range though
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, I think I'll move up here. And is this enough range? So the. Yeah, pretty much. So the dark elf looking lady in the tree. I'm gonna yep, bardic inspiration is a bonus action because it's a 60-foot range apparently.
Okay, so let me see
Neat.
this here. We are at 55. Oof. Okay, so I'll just explain right angle triangles and elevation. You always add, right? That's how the hypotenuse is always longer than the base. Right now, if this was a triangle, it would have a 55-foot base. However, we are up 40 feet plus another 15 for the height of the tree. So we're at 50. Well, I guess it's a right angle. Actually, it would so on a right angle triangle, is that 55, right? It's all the same. It's an equilateral. That's exactly what this is. Weird. Okay, well, you're lucky. So I have a right angle triangle calculator. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to fucking put you through the, calculus again. All that, or is it trigonometry? I don't even know. It's definitely trig. Anyways, but I just wanted to explain it so that you guys can all visualize it and you have a general rule for when you're trying to do something that's higher up than you. You always add a little bit more to it. However, at this point, the hypotenuse is not longer than any of the sides because, and again, this is some stupid math that I don't want to get into too much, but the cliff is 40 feet, and then I just made the tree 15 feet, and that way it's all an equal-sided triangle. 55 on the base, 55 on the hypotenuse, and 55 upwards as she is 55 feet elevated above Beryl, which puts you well within range. There you go, Beryl. So, you just inspired her as well, which means you are down to 1 inspiration.
Yep.
All right, and the 2 ladies you can see to your left and right have. Well, actually, I don't know anything about 5. I assume I've used kind of theys for them, but anyways, the 2 humanoids.
She, they.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The 2 humanoids to your left and right now are inspired, and that will end your turn.
Yep. I think. How does he inspire? Pythagoras. Wait, what does that mean?
Nice. Ilyana, you catch like a weird innate feeling of understanding from that. You're like, yes, he's talking about triangles because I'm in a tree. I get it. I'm inspired. He's helping. And there's no logic behind it at all. It's just a feeling.
No, he's just shaking his head like, why did I say that?
All right, 5. You have a cavalry or cavalcade. I don't know what I want to use. A string of beetles coming towards you.
Sorry, I like to think that Beryl just didn't even realize that Ileana was in the tree and just thought the tree was shooting out arrows.
Nice.
Inspire this tree here. Noble shrubbery.
We can definitely roll it, but
Roll it.
if you want to, Beryl, we can roll that if you want. It would be probably a perception check first, just to see if you even see her in there.
Yeah, the tree is named Pythagoras.
All right, there you go. The magic tree is shooting bolts, and
I'm
you have
so
given it
glad I thought of
inspiration.
that.
All right, good
Okay.
idea.
Watch this awesome stuff happen.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so 5 steps up and glares at the beetles and says, "You're ruining everyone's good time," and then opens her mouth and shoots out a 30-foot line of acid.
Oh, fuck, your breath weapon. I actually totally forgot about that. I was doing this so that they don't kill you fast, like, like four around you and surround you. Shit. Okay. Yeah, and it's is it 60 feet or 30 feet? I just want to know.
It's 5 foot by 30-foot line with a dex DC of 10 and half damage on success.
Holy shit. All right. So just so everyone can visualize it, she does have all 4 of these in her sight and in the line. So I will roll 4 dex saves and we will see how they do, and if not, then you will roll the damage. Well, you have to roll the damage anyways. Now, can you tell me, I'm pretty sure half damage on saves, right?
Yep, half damage on saves. So
All right,
3 of
so
them save.
yep, and you can go ahead and roll me. Wait, what's your deck or what's the DC? It's 10?
Yeah, it's 10.
Oh, yeah, it's still early on. All right. Cool. So go ahead and roll me the damage.
Let
Now
me find it here.
you can do it with the roll commands if you need, and I can help you with that. Because this is coming off your features and traits, I don't think you have your breath weapon in your core.
Yeah, it is.
I will just check it though. I will see if it's in your core or not. No, it's not. I will build that for you one day. You can actually build your own attacks and stuff. I'm going to build it right now actually. So, well no, we have to keep updating it then. No, we'll just continue to read it off there. All right.
Well, it could have been better, but
Okay, so I just got to retcon something too, because I'm pretty sure breath weapon DC save would be 12, and the reason is because it's 8 plus your con modifier. Now, don't you have a 2 in con? Oh, you don't. You have a 0. Never mind. Sorry, that's on me. All right, so some of them take 7, and on half, well, it doesn't even matter actually, because it's enough damage. So you see them all die. Some of them get out of the way barely enough, but the acid, it just melts them.
I was hoping since for level 1 they weren't going to be that strong, and I was like, I could probably melt them.
Yeah, you did. You literally just melted 4 of them. Give me a sec as I take them all out of... Oh, yeah, they were like the next ones to move. They were all like in a group. The 12s. That was literally all the 13s and 12s. All right, cool. So that leaves you now with the rest of your movement and your bonus action. As all of you can definitely see this, she's only really 10 feet in the air. Well, you explain it to me, 5. Please go ahead.
Oh, I mean, that was it. She just stood in front of them and was like, you ruined everyone's good time. And then just like spit out acid like it's no big deal.
NBD, I do this all the time. All right, cool. And yeah, you see some of them dive out of the way. So the first one takes it right off his face and stuff. And all of them eventually melt due to the acid on their carapaces, killing them.
And then 5 turns to the left really quick, waves towards the tree. And then I've got 25 more feet, so... Was that 25?
I would actually give you one more. Yep, I would give you one more. Yeah. There you go. You're kind of like running along the edge of it, and you arrive there after melting them all. And yeah, you see as she runs away, the bodies now are starting to steam up a little bit too, with like the burning of their flesh into the air, and you can see little wisps of steam melting their bodies, arising from their melting bodies. All right, that will be it for you, I believe.
Epic, yes.
Very epic. Well done. All right, let's go ahead and move some buggos. Oh wait, he can't go up that. He's doing this way.
You just want them to get revenge on me now, don't you?
Yeah, I was like, wait, and then I'm like, that's a cliff. Like, I can't just like crawl and scuttle alongside a cliff. It doesn't make sense. That's not even the way he's going, anyways. So, moving the beetles. 2, 3. I'm not gonna make him jump. That's like a 2-foot drop. He can handle that one. However, now we are at Gwendolyn's turn, as the beetles on the top side of the map have been completely destroyed. And you notice that really there's only the bottom wave of beetles left, and one of them has been suspiciously or miraculously killed by Barrel's sharp words.
All right. Yeah. So this was the movement, and I cannot get in range.
Almost to that 60 feet. Almost there. You're probably thinking Sacred Flame, I bet.
Thinking literally anything. All right. So, oops. Okay. So if I go here, they still can't reach me. So I can do this. I will dash to there, and then awkwardly sit here.
All right, sounds good. I'll move 2 beetles, and then we'll get to Ilyana.
Sorry, Eliana. I think I killed most of the beetles that were like within easy shot of you.
Yeah, I'm starting to think so.
Never something to be sorry about, that's for sure. Especially when 4 of them were coming directly at you. But anyways, yeah, you're definitely gonna be shooting with disadvantage. But go ahead, Ilyana, it's your turn.
Hmm.
Well, don't forget you've got that inspiration too, which is on attack rolls. So, even if you roll at disadvantage, if you wanted, you could use it.
That's fair. Yeah, because everything else that I have is a little short, and I'm a little far.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna use my short bow again.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and at level 1, there's not a lot of options. Like, eventually you guys will have lots of different items. You'll be able to, like, usually I get everybody 3 attuned items eventually and all that kind of stuff, if not more. So, yeah, you'll have lots of weird stuff to deal with eventually. But for now, we're just getting in the swing of things. So, yeah, you can go ahead and click short bow. This one will be at disadvantage. You can choose one of the ones if you want to pick which one, and you can just click on it and hold down the click, and it'll ping out which one you want.
Like, click one of the bugs.
Yeah, so if you want to show me something on the map, regardless of shooting the bow, just quickly here, if you go back to the map and click on the map, I'll just be clicking around on the bugs. So that's how you can show me which bug you want. Like, I'll click the specific ones that I want, like this one in the back, And so if sometimes I ask people which bug are you attacking, and then they'll show me by doing this little ping here. And do you see it? Yeah, there it is. That Gwendolyn's doing it, so. And to do it, you have to hold down a little bit. You have to hold the click. You click and hold on the map with your pointer, not your measurer. So in the left-hand side, you have to make sure you're not on measure tool, but on the pointer tool at the very top. And once you've got all that, you can do that. Boom! I see it. All right. Awesome. So go ahead and drop a short bow. Are you using your inspiration? You'll have to use it before you roll. You have to click on it before you roll.
Yep, I'm using it, and it's clicked, and I have to click the, 1 second. Where'd it go? How do I roll the disadvantage?
It will automatically roll, so I'll just take it. That's why I applied it to all your sheets when we did sheet building. That way you don't have to ever apply it. I'll just tell you, and I keep track whether you have it or not. So you guys don't have to do really anything. You just
okay.
roll it out, and then I know what to take. Well, she got the 6. However, 11 does not hit. You rolled a nat 1, unfortunately. So,
Dang it!
even with the +6, it goes wide. 11, it goes wide and does not find purchase.
The tree swears.
Nice. Do you want to come down, or you liking hanging out up there?
I think I'm gonna hang out up here, just because it's gonna be a while to get down that cliff.
Yeah, for sure. And if you fall and you fail it, it's you'll be taking
Yeah.
damage too. So, all right, Globuk, that will take us to your turn.
I'm just gonna dash on up.
Awesome. And then I will move some beetles.
Ooh, you guys will be into the fray in a minute.
So it begins. Although it's kind of been beginning. But for them, so it begins.
To say,
Don't
by the
worry,
time
I
we get
left
there,
some
Five's
for
gonna
you.
already take everything out.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're on a cliff too.
Unfortunately, I can only use that once per short rest. So.
Dang it! I was gonna say you could puke over the cliff.
Yeah, it's her special Dragonborn Racial is her breath weapon, only usable once per long rest. I believe you eventually get more charges if you get your Constitution modifier up. And so during level 4, I believe if you choose to up your Constitution modifier, I believe if I have this right, you would get more uses per day before you have to.
It's actually once I can use it per short rest.
Oh, it's even short rest. Never mind.
Good deal, I know. But otherwise, I'd be too OP if I could just use it all the time. But yeah, the amount of damage goes up as I level. So
Yeah, I'm wondering if the amount you can use it, though, the amount of times before you need that short rest can go up if you add more to your Constitution modifier. But it's not that actually. I think it just adds the dexterity. Yeah, yeah. It changes the DC of it actually.
okay, it's weird that the Dex DC is based on Constitution.
It's because they have to use Dex because they're dodging. You use Constitution because you're summoning it from within you. It's like that's why the modifier goes
Okay.
up. The Constitution modifier is like it's because it's coming from within you. If it was like some sort of mental thing, it would be wisdom, and all sorts of other things. But
That makes sense since con is like body stuff.
yeah, exactly. Lung capacity. I just seen that. Yeah. There we go. It's a measurement of your lung capacity. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh.
All right, so I did all the movements, and that means we're back to the top with Barrel, and yeah, good to go.
Oh, wow. It's my turn
Woo.
already again.
Go Barrel.
Woo! Okay, and I don't have to get closer. Awesome. I guess I will vicious mockery that one.
Hit me with it.
What are you gonna say at that one?
Go ahead and click the damage too. If it's too high, I just kill the creature, right? Even if it saves sometimes. Now, is Vicious Mockery an all-in? Is it you don't take any damage if you save?
I believe so, yeah. You don't take any damage if it saves.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've read the shit out of this spell, but I still am not ready for it, apparently. Yeah, it's a cantrip. It's a 0. It's you don't take anything. Okay, so you've rolled me some damage. Let's see if you can actually pass it. Definitely not. And 4 is enough to drop him. So which one were you hitting?
That one. Pretty much the closest one.
Boom. And just like that, you see the same thing happen to this one as it hits this psychic kind of damage hitting him. It makes him reel, and his head just kind of twitches incredibly until it collapses on its back carapace again, and its little feet go in the air and turn rigor mortis as they go hard.
Oh, well, this worked last time. Your mother is also a cockroach. A bug.
They hate this. Apparently they evolved from cockroaches, so they really hate this. All right. Any movement on your turn or bonus actions? Wait, let me check something quick.
I think I'm good for now.
All right. Okay, yeah, your message action isn't, but oh yeah, you do have healing word. Okay, so I'll have to keep an eye out on that. Sometimes you'll. So yeah, with you, Beryl. I don't know if I explained this before, but I'll just go over it really quickly again. On your turn, you can only use one leveled spell, so you would be able though to use Vicious Mockery and Healing Word in once because Vicious Mockery is only a cantrip.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm gonna move these guys. I hate it when I move my line. I'm like, I need to know exactly which one it is. There, those two guys move. 5, it's your turn now.
How do you get the line to stay there while you move the thing onto it?
So you'll go to your ruler and just hold down shift. And then when you unclick and let go of shift, it should just stay. Look at us all go. That's awesome. And then again, I think you can hold shift and click Q too when you want to. So let me try that one. I don't know. Maybe I can't do it that way.
Okay, I would like to.
Hey, there it is. That's how you do it. You just hold shift at the end. So if you want to do points, you do the points
I will,
first.
like walk down to like here. And I want to like jump down off this little ledge with like my javelin and like bring it down into the beetle right there.
Oh, damn. Okay. So because you're going to do like a jumping attack, I'll give you, well, I don't know. It's not yeah, it's just going to be a low DC actually. So you're going to jump onto this guy. Yeah, I see you move there and then you jump from there onto him. Go ahead and roll
Yep.
me an acrobatics or athletics and then go ahead and roll to hit. So athletics or acrobatics check and then a attack roll.
Shoot. No, that wasn't what I was thinking.
All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and say you fail your athletics check first off. You go to jump off of this cliff, however, you with a 3, you clip some sort of like loose rock, and the loose rock gives way under the weight of your foot as you go to launch. And you're totally unexpecting this. Normally, you're really good at athletics, but you just didn't quite see this part, obviously. And you're going to crash into the beetle, so I'm just going to put you there. And I also am going to roll one of these. Oh, perfect. So this is what happens. As you crash into the beetle, you miss your javelin attack. However, the weight of your body is enough to crush the beetle. And you both take 6 damage, however, so you are pretty hurt as one of the mandibles
Jesus.
one of the mandibles comes up into your rib cage and like really like jabs into your rib cage there. Oh,
Well,
and
this is embarrassing.
you're knocked prone. So the way prone works is you're knocked down on the ground. You're not standing anymore. You would have to use half your movement speed to get up, and then you would have half yours remaining. And while you are prone, there's a bunch of different things that happen when you're prone, as far as ranged attacks, magic attacks, melee attacks, and you can all look those up in the compendium. I'll just go over them quickly. Because you're prone, it's usually harder to hit a crouching creature, so ranged attacks have disadvantage. However, melee attacks have advantage because you're literally on your knees. So that's how prone works, and now you have 2 status effects on you. You have your blue bardic inspiration, and you also have your prone, which I do as a bunch of arrows in the back and a guy leaning over.
I don't think I moved too much. I mean, I guess I did jump a bit, but if I didn't and I still have like majority of my movement left, can I use it to like try to get up?
Oh yeah, you actually do have, you're right, you have enough of your movement.
Okay, yeah, I definitely don't want to be laying there. So like 5 like pulls themselves up and kind of like wheezes, like holding their, I don't know, stabbed in rib cage.
All right, and that took a total of 25 because I considered this a 5-foot movement or 10-foot movement or whatever, and then you ended up there. So then you took 15 to get up, which is a total of 25. So you have 5 feet extra movement.
Well, I am not doing super hot, so I don't know. I feel like I should. I mean, 5 feet's not really much of anything. If they want to come at me, they're not gonna have a hard time.
True, but sometimes you're out of range of your healer by 5 feet or something. So, I mean, it's up to
That
you.
is a good point.
But yeah, every little bit sometimes helps.
I will move a little bit closer to the radiant lady in yellow.
Beautiful. Yeah, and so I need you to drop your HP now as well. So you'll go and click on your token and you'll drop it to 2 out of 8. And you guys didn't hear that. You don't technically know that she's 2 out of 8. I usually give you a verbal RP description. So after 5 dove in the air and squished the bug, she got up, but she looked really hurt. She was bruised. You saw one of the mandibles kind of jab into the back of her rib cage area, and she's kind of bleeding a little bit in the back, her backside there. There's a small wound, but she does not look very hot as she gets up and kind of half limps away with the last 5 feet of her movement from the squished area. Yeah. So I'm actually just going to take a quick break as we get to the next turn because I need to go to the bathroom. And yeah, I will be back in 2 minutes. Everybody else can feel free to take like a 2 to 5 minute break. I need to go get water as well. So yeah, I'll be a little bit. BRB.
Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna die.
No!
First decision point of do I heal you or do I kill things?
That is a good question. This is the problem with being a healer.
Right. This is the first time I've ever seen you, so I don't know. Am I inclined to heal you?
That's true. We haven't met.
You're
And if you don't heal me, we never will.
you're limping, right?
I mean, apparently he said that like one of those mandibles like went into my like back or ribs or something. So yeah, I'm probably not feeling super hot or looking super great.
I was just trying to determine if the tree could see you limping.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I mean, I basically fell over and then like got up, and I imagine that my getting up was kind of like shaky and like uncertain.
Okay.
I think even Five's opinion of bugs is going to be slightly changed after this encounter.
Whole new appreciation for the tarantula.
Yeah, definitely. Dang it! I forgot that the bardic inspiration worked for skills.
Oh,
I should
yeah.
have tried to use that for my jumping. Obviously, I have a, we're super newbies.
I'm actually
I'm
not
back.
sure if I'm going to have a chance to heal you because the beetles go before me. The ones that are right next to you.
Oh my god. Well, maybe I'll ask the DM when he gets back from the bathroom.
And the answer is no.
Oh wait.
I'm sorry, I just got back. Yeah, no, the answer is no, you cannot go back and use your bardic inspiration. I assume that's what you were going to ask me.
That was what I was going to ask you.
Undercover boss.
Sorry, you got to just hope that they roll really bad in their next attacks. If they reach you and they're the right ones, but I'm pretty sure they are the right ones and they will reach you. So I'm just going to have a quick little hoot here and I'm getting resettled. I got my water and stuff, so I'm good to go. Also, what's up, Twitchers? Hopefully you're having a good day, and hopefully
I mean, I
you're
haven't seen
enjoying
them
this
attack 'cause
show.
You don't really know how much damage they do.
Yeah, exactly. You guys don't even know how much damage they do, so don't get... Well, anyways, we'll see how it plays out.
It's fine.
I would be surprised if they just kill you outright.
Yeah, it'll be really tough. I don't think they'd even be able to do it.
You're gonna say that. You guys are all gonna jinx me.
You'll be fine.
The last time I said that there was no way that that was gonna happen, I rolled 3 nat 20s in a row.
Whoa. Wait, was
Yeah.
that last session?
No. I was playing. Do you guys know Munchkin, the card game?
No, I've never heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I don't know about it.
Well, it's a great game, and they made like a critical role version. So you rolled like a 20 for your attack and the monster. And I felt so bad for my friend because I kept rolling for her monster, and I rolled 3 nat 20s in a row. Like she couldn't do anything.
Wow.
Yep.
All right, so the good news is one of them is dead, the one you squished, and luckily that was the one that was next in turn. And then so the other two there are going to move. Now one is moving towards you, but one is moving towards Gwendolyn. So the 14 is coming towards you and will attack you. And this guy moves 30 feet towards Gwendolyn, which puts him on another beetle, so he'll go over there. All right, 5. Get ready to be attacked.
Yay, I don't know what that means yet.
All right. So, your character, I believe, relies on blocking and stuff through its AC of 15, and yours is built out through dexterity as a monk. That's like one of your biggest, I assume. Yeah, you have a +3 in it. Good job. So that's why you have a good armor class of 15. Anything that I roll below a 15 will never hit you. If I roll a 15, I hit you. Now, this does not hit you, so unfortunately, for me, I do not get to hit you, but you do have this little dude in front of you, and the other dude moved over there towards Gwendolyn. And I believe I've moved both of those dudes now. So, Gwendolyn, it will be your turn. 5, you live to fight another day.
Yay.
Alright. So let's start things off with a bonus action. As I will cast Healing Word on 5.
Booyah! 5, you feel
Yay.
a wonderful sensation of healing wash over you, and the pain that you felt from squishing the bug is, or at least the mandible going in the side of your ribs, is no longer there, and you feel the wound that was bleeding slightly close up behind you.
Feel the warmth of the sun.
There you go. You
I
feel the
imagine-
warmth of the sun. I like that.
I like that. I'm imagining kind of like a Rapunzel sort of thing, like some sunlight just sort of washes over my wound, and it feels a little bit better. And I imagine that probably there are some like clerics amongst the monks, so like I've definitely known what it feels like to be healed before. So if I've kind of like looks around to like see who did the healing and like sees you and
Wait. Roll me a perception.
oh my god.
I'm like, oh, you
Please
said
don't
you
read
look
it.
around. I'm gonna get you on that. Yeah, roll me a perception. Normally I won't interrupt you too much, but I just wanted to do it that time. Unfortunately,
Why did I
you're not
do
exactly
anything?
sure which one is the healer, as you see a few of the monks near your area as well. They're like carrying little children on their shoulders, and also I will give you this now too because somebody did a perception. The beach is mostly cleared out. Most people have made it out and starting to run away, and the people that Grandmaster Taehun Joe have tossed up, the children and even some old people she's kind of tossed up there gently. They've started to make a small circle, and they're literally watching you guys fight. As Taehun Joe continues to like keep a look over her shoulder, however, she can't really see through this giant rock that she's in behind, so she's just assuming the fight is continuing on and doing her best to get as many people off the beach as possible. However, when you look around, you see too many monks to discern whether or not this lady in yellow has given you the healing or not, and I'll leave it at that.
On to the rest of the turn. The one down there, I will cast Sacred Flame on it to have it feel the heat of the sun in a different way.
All right, so I love Sacred Flame. As far as like visuals, when an attack comes, I think it's one of the coolest things. Sacred Flame is basically, well, there you go. It's a flame-like radiance that descends on a creature. So I like to imagine it just like a saucer of light that appears above the creature, or maybe to the side of the creature if it's in a cave or something like that. And again, it ignores cover, so we will get into cover one time. We're not going to use it this battle. Eventually, there will be cover, and I'll teach you what that means. You can look it up in the compendium. It just adds different things like disadvantages, and it increases your ACs and stuff like that. So if you ever want to take cover, you can let me know, and I will let you do that, and then it will increase either your AC, or I will tell you that a creature is doing that, and it will increase their AC. Now, the Sacred Flame, it's a flame-like radiance. Again, it's like you said, Gwen, it's just the heat of the thing coming down. So this definitely kills. You rolled high enough. Oh, no, wait, it's a cantrip. One sec. Oh! Let's go, Beetle. Yeah, I'm feeling good. So because cantrips don't hit even on a fail, the Beetle is able to actually dive out of this light as Gwendolyn tries to summon some light above it, and it slams down with hot radiant energy. But the Beetle can see it kind of being summoned above him and does a dodge out of the way when it happens.
Ninja beetles. Right.
Yeah, they've been doing okay at Dex. They made it down the cliff. They're dodging fucking sacred flames. I'm feeling good. I might even be able to actually do some damage to someone.
At this point, she would just walk right up to it, hold up her shield, and wait.
Wicked. She feels confident in her. Yeah, what a boss, no doubt. That's a confident move. I like it. Although you can see that many of these beetles have been squished or whatever, so it's probably not as much of a imposing force anymore when you've seen 4 of them get melted by the Dragonborn. All right, I am doing one more attack on you. 5. They smell blood, and you made a big commotion when you squished one of them. Okay, so because I know your AC, I'm not even going to ask it. I'm just going to tell you that that hits.
Oh, shit.
And it hits for 2 slashing and 1 fire as you feel a little bit of fire inside one of the mandibles rip through your scales a bit, and you can feel the heat of it as it goes through into your body. There you go, back down to 2.
And
Good job.
thank goodness you healed me for 3.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. Ilyana's turn, and then Globux. I accidentally, in the turn order, moved Ilyana through. But Ilyana, it is your turn now. Go ahead.
Would I be able to see what 5 is going through right now? Because it's just like a weird kind of cliff angle. Should I roll perception?
Yeah, I was going to
Whatever it
get you to roll perception. I was, actually. You beat me to it. I was like, roll perception. Because she's on a 5-foot thing. She's pretty tall herself. Although she's smaller for a Dragonborn. She's like, you're about 6 feet, right?
Yep, 6 foot.
Okay, so you can definitely see her head right now. The beetles would be pretty difficult. Again, just roll the perception and I'll let you know exactly what you see. However, you've seen her jump and then get up. You don't know exactly what happened there, but depending on how the roll of the perception goes, it'll give you more or less about what you know. Okay, so that's pretty much exactly what you know. You know that she dived down there. You saw her take what looks like you took some damage or something when she got up. She looked pretty hurt. So you know that she's hurt, but other than that, you don't know to what extent, and you don't know how successful her attacks have been when she went down there. Which just means you don't know what's going on with the beetles. There could be, to your eyes, maybe 3 or maybe 2. Oh yeah, and I forgot to take your bardic inspiration off last time when you used your shot, so you do not have it anymore. But yeah, you can go ahead and shoot. Or
Yep, off.
pardon? Yeah, I took it off. All right, so will you be attacking the beetles in front of 5 or in front of Gwen? I'll say you can see actually just enough of these beetles that you would be able to attack them, and that you have some idea of that one of them is probably crunched by what happened with 5.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna attack the one in front of 5.
You are 55 feet up in the air, so I got to remember that too. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Okay, so this is at disadvantage, but because you rolled double 19s, you definitely hit. And 4 does it, so that will drop this one. Go ahead and let me know what it looks like when you kill this beetle with your bow.
So Ileana, sorry, I was crunching a chip. So Ileana sees 5 kind of like not. She doesn't see too much, but she sees just enough that 5 seems off. Like the movement is off. It's not 5's normal gait, and so she kind of like moved up a bit on the tree, like moving, but like looked up, straightened her back, saw the bug in front of 5, and just kind of shot at it.
All right, yeah. And it enters the sort of soft, squishy area between its head, its neck area, and you can see that the body drops, but it is still glowing. All of these bodies continue to glow even after they seem to be dead. Now, I believe we're on to Glowbook, as long as you don't have any other bonus actions or movements that you would like to take. Ilyana, do you have anything left? Bonus actions or movement?
I think the only thing that I can picture Ileana doing is like, could she like shout out, "Someone help my friend 5"?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and roll persuasion as you shout it out to the beach to see who will answer the call of to help 5. Nice. Okay, cool. Salazar is gonna start double dashing over that way.
The best Mario Kart game.
He sees that you guys are kind of maybe not doing so hot, and he sees that other people are just watching, and he gets kind of mad about it. He's like, what the heck? These people are risking their lives to save innocent children and young people. I can't just be some traveling merchant from Ramshorn. I can't just be the games master. I have to step to them. I know these people. Each one of them played my games today, and I can no longer just sit in the sidelines. And yeah, that will be that's him, and I'm actually going to roll him in initiative. One sec. As you have passed. He's not a giant fire beetle. He should be in there with his own picture. He is in there with his own picture. Good. And he will go after Beryl Oakensong. I'll drag him up there right now. Anyways, that will be your turn, right, Ileana? And we can go to Glowbook.
Yep.
Awesome. Let's go to Glowbook then. Top of the turn order. Or not top of the turn order, but basically the end of the turn order. Go ahead. Let me know what's up.
All right, I'm gonna move on up. Looks like about 20 feet, and take a swing.
Yeah. Now we got our frontliners up there hanging out. Hell yeah.
And we'll go two-handed since I can.
Nice. As you pull out your. So wait. I know you wanted a frying pan. Now, are you using an actual battle axe? Maybe you can let me know. and we can talk about that
I'm
a little
using
bit
an
now.
actual battle axe.
Okay, cool. No, you just carry your frying pan and stuff around to cook nice meals for everyone.
Right.
10 misses, unfortunately, though.
Oh,
It does a dexterous little head bob as you try and swing for its head, and it kind of just like sucks his head back into its carapace like a turtle, and then it pops it right back out.
okay. I still have a bonus action, right?
Yep.
I will rage.
Ooh,
not?
all right.
Yeah, get it all out.
That really pissed you off, didn't it?
It did.
All right. So, I'm just going to go through it. You get advantage on strength checks, strength saving throws, melee weapon attacks using strength, and the bonus to roll increases as you level as a barbarian. Yes. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Okay, cool. I'm just going through it again because this is a new one for me too. So, once you've raged, number of times shown. All right. Oh, you pinged it. Nice. So, did you roll again then? Because do you get another attack, or is that do I have to wait for that one?
I think since it what it's a good question. I don't know.
Nope, never mind. That's a different thing. All right. So you will be resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, which is important because if you guys go up earlier, there's all the types of damage under everything, and that becomes really important as we move along. And there's different modifications with magic weapons and stuff, and different resistances, and some things are immune to things. So now Globuk has actually just given himself resistance to slashing, which is the type of damage that these guys do. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, let's get moving with the rest of it. That's the best of it. It's the two slow guys, the very two last guys that are moseying on up here. I like to think these guys are like, they don't really care too much about the whole colony of the beetles. They just like to walk around in the forest. Anyways. Now they're like, why are we even here? I don't even know if beetles think that much, actually, now that I think about it. Beryl, your turn. Things are starting to
Woo,
smush
go
down.
girl.
Oh wait, Beryl just went BRB actually. Never
How
mind. I
is
saw
it-
that in Discord actually. One sec.
Yeah, I was gonna say how.
I'm back.
No problem,
Had to
no
put the-
problem. We just got to you, so I was like, oh wait, I just saw that. I know what's up. No problem. So yeah, we just got to you. Globik just raged at the end of his turn, and it's your turn.
All right, let's see here.
Decisions.
All right, I'm gonna look to that one, and hold on, I can. Yep, that one, and I will vicious mockery that one. Call out to it. You're nothing but a crusty wet sock.
Oh my god. They are just dropping. Beryl's words are like knives. That's a big fail. That is a big fail. All right.
And then let's see, bonus action. I will inspire. Oh yeah, the main looking orc. That guy looks like he can do stuff.
Hell yeah. Globik, you gain inspiration from Beryl. Do you say anything specific, Beryl?
I like your frying pan.
Nice.
And I don't know. I'll just move right there.
Cool. All right, I'm going to bring in Salazar as the Games Master has decided to join you due to Ilyana's persuasive yelling. She had some serious sincerity in her voice when she said someone help. She was good enough to condone and convey the worry. So he moves up and he is getting his mace on his kind of hip ready, but he pulls out his crossbow from his back and he shoots. Oh, and of course it's not good. Yeah, he sends it wide. All right, that's his turn. So that means I get to bite someone. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to bite Globuk. That's the beetle that's in front of Globuk's turn now, and he's biting Globuk. No!
Wow.
I'm cursed. I'm actually cursed.
Hey, you did bite me.
Yeah, it's just in certain times, in certain campaigns, I have gotten the double nat 1 as an attack roll more than once. Like, it's like... Regardless, it was just a moment. I just had a moment. Double nat 1s, like, almost trigger me. But unfortunately, my beasts are having one of those days, and they're not up to snuff. Anyways, we'll go ahead to Five's turn. You have one beetle close to you, Five, now. I will explain movement when there are people within 5 feet of you. There is something called provoking an opportunity attack, and if you move away from something that is within melee range of you, aka 5 feet, and you're moving out, not in, but out of that range on your turn, that will provoke an opportunity attack. Now that works for both ways. If I try and run away from you guys, you can smack me around an extra time. It uses your reaction, which we haven't talked about yet, but everybody has a reaction, and they can use one per turn round. So our turn round started this time with Barrel at the 20 initiative and ended with one of my shitty little dudes at 1. And every round you get one of these reactions to expend on somebody else's turn. Now, all of my beetles have this same reaction. So if you try and run away from my beetles, I will use that reaction to launch you. And I will do it before you get to do anything else. Now, that's important too. The turn order in your own turn is important. So you can use your bonus action anytime. That's an important distinction that I might not have mentioned earlier. And you can use your movement and your action all at different ways. Now, unless there is a specific thing that says you cannot use this bonus action before a movement or something like that. So, to go over your turn there, Five, if you do move away, I will be able to use one of my reactions to attack you. And if I move my beetles away, you will be able to use one of your reactions to attack me. And there are ways to get more reactions. I just won't go into them right now. And certain beasts will have more reactions. Yeah. So, your
Don't
turn.
worry. I'm not going anywhere. Five is going to... They were kind of leaning on their javelin, kind of like as a walking stick. But then they hefted up and let out a dragon growl and stab it towards the beetle.
All right, hit it up. Hey, what's up, Soap? I just seen you come in,
I'll
man.
find it. Oh,
I
there
haven't
it
been
is.
checking this out too much, so much love to Soap Dirty. Oh, she does it. 13 is the meter beat AC, so go ahead and roll me the damage. Oh, and I might have to go through something.
Skewer it.
1 second here, 1 second. I'm going to get you to go back to your character sheet, and we're going to open up the attack section, and I'm going to go through a quick little distinction. Oh, wait. The javelin is only... Where's your ranged? I'll have to build that for you. So right now it's just using ranged right now, which is why it comes up. Oh, actually, it's the same thing, ranged or not, which is why they built it into one. Never mind. I don't need to separate it. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, your thing hits. Normally, sometimes there's two things. Like on Globuk's sheet, he has the ability to use something one-handed or two-handed. There's versatile weapons and stuff, and they will give you two different separate options. And I thought that would have happened for your javelin for throwing and using it. However, because they're literally the exact same roll, they've built it in all together with one, and the range is down there. 3 and 8 means you destroy this guy, and you can let me know how it looks.
I basically just stab it down right through the thing and like pick up my javelin, and it's got the beetle like wriggling on it as it slowly dies. And 5 takes their clawed foot and smushes it back down in the ground and then like pulls the javelin back out of it.
Nice, a shish kebab fire beetle. I like it. That's really visually appeasing to me. So I like the wriggling. That's such a good word.
It really is. And then I'm going to move a little bit. And I'm going to stand here and try not to die, I guess, because I'm too far away from everything to do anything else.
Beautiful. What a badass round of combat. Just like jumping on fucking beetles, melting lines of them. Anyways, let's see if I can bite Gwen.
All right, before it bites, when it goes to do that, I will use my reaction. Warning flare it. Shine
Oh, right.
light in its eyes. Hope to make it miss.
So, Gwen interposes divine light between her and the beetle. And so she can now impose disadvantage using her reaction to the attack roll. So this beetle will have disadvantage because she's using the power of the sun to... God, your character's cool. I like the sun powers. Anyways, to blind my beetle. All right. Wow. So I'm wondering if this imposes the full blinded effect because there's a thing.
It doesn't say it does. I think it's just disadvantage.
Wonderful. It's like a it's like a quick little easy version. However, dun 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 dun, my dudes use blind sight, and there is a little wonderful area there that probably says if it can't be blinded, which means my beetles aren't tracking you using eyes. They are using their mandibles, vibrations in the air and ground. They're insects. They're using their kind of like reactive fleshiness inside of it to maybe even track vibrations of talk and speech, sound, but they are not tracking you at all with their eyes. So unfortunately, Gwen, when you do this, you realize that it doesn't really have any effect on the creature.
That's fine. I'll burn later.
Mm-hmm. And if you guys ever feel like I'm fudging the rules, which I really, really, really try not to, I'm like super strict about my rule use, and I so that you guys have a serious chance. I'm not trying to fuck you over essentially. You can always go to the compendium. Now I'm not sure if you can look up these monsters, but if you look up Fire Beetle in that monster compendium, you can look at it. I ask that you guys don't use this to metagame, please. If you want to gain information about the characters in game, I'll ask just for like perceptions or arcanas or different things, but do not use this to gain any sort of metagaming information to fight me. What it's there for is to check if you think I'm doing something very suspicious or very game breaking. So if you go down to Giant Fire Beetle, if you find it, and again, I'm not sure if you guys can see this. Can you guys pull up this page?
Yes.
Exactly. So again, we'll just go over the metagaming thing. I'm going to just really, really, really emphasize that a big amount. If you want this information, you have to gain it in battle or in some way. And now you can see something on the sheet that you're like, oh, I need to know about that. And then you can go about it because everybody likes to know things about different things, right? So it's always believable that a character would want to know something about the creatures. But yeah, if you're asking specifically about something you haven't seen yet, like a super ability or something like that, again, I'll be like, no, you don't know that. You wouldn't even know to ask specifically about that. So just try not to use this information to metagame, as I will shut it down pretty quickly. However, it has something called blind sight under senses, and that's where I'm getting this information from. Blind sight means that it doesn't use regular sight, and you can go look up blind sight. It's a type of sight, and there are many different types of sight. Devil sight, true sight, dark vision. They all have different specific things that they do or do not do, and I try and keep that really in mind too if we ever start dungeon diving, which we will. But yeah, so that's a whole thing about the compendium, dark vision, where I get my rules from, where I get, and if I do something like this to a character, I better have the rules right. Essentially, is what it comes down to. So I believe, yeah, we will go ahead and attack now with just regular stuff.
See the bite.
Oh wow, didn't even need it. As you blind this thing, it seems to have even some sort of effect on it for some reason. Maybe just the movement of your hands kind of throw it off its attack, and it follows your one hand instead of going for your body, and you're able to just kind of lift it out of the way as it tries to mandible your hand as you were reacting to it, but it does not, and it misses you. All right, your turn, Gwen.
All right, time for a mechanics question. How exactly do cones work?
So I have a sheet that I can show you guys. Oh, did I even put it in here? It's in my other game. Oh, my resources. I thought I grabbed all my resources, and now I realize that that's probably one that I did not grab. Handouts. Let's go look in handouts quickly. Tools and stuff. Nope, that's not it. Training for... Oh, geez, I didn't do it. Give me 2 minutes. I'll bring out this sheet for you guys. It shows a visual so that you can understand cones a little bit better, and then you can calculate your own movements. And I think I even have... One sec. I think I have the overlay. No, I haven't done cones except for my last battle. Oh yeah, wait, here it is. It's all in here. Oh god. So I just brought it onto the map, which was a terrible idea, but I'm going to stretch it out, make it really big. Anyways, this is cones. I'm going to make a sheet for you guys that says cones. It might actually be in there in the journals. I might have just not looked in the right place. You guys can go look. I'm spreading it out more and more so that you can see. This is a very, just like, so that you can understand what a cone looks like. And then I also have, I'm just going to delete this now. Don't look at it too long. I also have a overlay that shows you in real life. Now I just need to find it if I have it in here, and I might not. I was using all this stuff a little while ago, so and I'm pretty sure I have other cone pages. But again, I did not build this ahead of time, and I'm sorry. But what are you looking to do?
I'm basically just trying to figure out how many of these fit into a 15-foot cone.
Okay, well I can pull that right quick off the sheet that I have, and I will tell you. And then I will actually build that sheet for next session. Here it is. So and just so that you have the same reference, I'll bring it out here. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. You are pointed forward. You can hit the 2 squares in front of you, then the 2 squares in front of you, then the 4 squares in front of you.
If I was here, then it would be that until like that, like those 3.
Actually, I'm just trying to calculate this out my own way. Yeah, you should be able to get to those 2. It's 3 feet. It's like 15 feet out and then 20 across. So if that makes it, and then so I think I'll just reduce it to 1 because it's directly in front of you. So it's 1, and then because you don't reach the other 2, you would hit the 2 that are directly in front of you.
Okay. So from there, I would hit these 3 specifically, right?
No, actually, I don't think it would reach. It would only hit this guy and the one in front of you. The 2 directly in front of you. So this one, and then this
I
one.
meant like if I move over here to like where I have the.
Oh, I see. You're gonna move too. Okay, remember.
Yeah, I am probably just gonna accept the attacks.
Okay, cool. All right, then I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you could definitely hit those 3 easily. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I'll move over there and accept the attacks.
Okay, that will be 2 of them because you're getting by both.
Yeah. Those are both misses.
That they are. So go ahead. You take no damage as they swing at you, and you feel like you're very confident to move through. You block the one with the shield, the 14. Yeah, now you can go ahead and roll your cone there. What one are you doing? Burning hands or something?
Yep, I'm casting Burning Hands, and they will all burn in the light of the sun for their crimes of
Nice.
being beetles, I guess.
Now, this is a leveled spell, which means unlike a cantrip, if I even pass, I would take half damage. I see that he's rolled 2 you can see it's evocation level 1 under burning hands. He has rolled 10 fire damage. These don't have that much health, even if they pass, so I'm not going to roll any of them. Just like how you saw 5 melt 4 in 1, you now see Gwendolyn. And Gwendolyn, you can go ahead and do the RP of this. I like this spell. You can say how it looks.
So, yeah. So basically, she raises her hands up. They glow softly, and then a cone of fire bells out from them, covering the beetles. I assume they like screech or something as they burn in pain, and they all kind of fall over onto their backs, and their legs do that thing where they like curl up inside them as like little bits like charred beetle flesh kind of cinch off and fall to the ground beside them.
Nice. That's a beautiful description. Also, I see 5. You're talking about eating crispy beetles. Yeah, I did that with a lot of my Dragonborn characters. I was like, they're very much into weird foods. Anyways, so I'm like, yeah, inspiration. Wait, inspiration. There we go. I'll remember to do this. You can have inspiration for trying crispy beetles if you do it. Now we only have 2 left. So, Gwendolyn, is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, and I'll try and remember inspiration, you guys. I might just give it to you all at the end of this turn, or at the end of this session, because I was going to do it at times in the first session, and I forgot, and then I wrote it down, and then I forgot again until this point. So, yeah, you'll probably get it at the end of this session. But 5, you can have it right now. Anyways, Ilyana, your turn. You gain initiative.
How's it going from the sniping tree?
Pretty good. It's pretty snipering. Yeah, I'm gonna just use the short bow again. Probably on the one that's right directly in front of Glowbuck.
Awesome. Sounds good. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, disadvantage. Wait, how far are you again? I'm just going to measure it. You're probably too far, though. And unfortunately, you'll end up sending this one wide, too, most likely. Yep, definitely. Yeah, so unfortunately, it looked like it was going to be a hit, but just at the end of it, a gust of wind, due to the length of the distance, blows it off course just slightly, and it sends it high above the beetle's head.
How come it didn't hit?
Oh, okay, so I'll explain this quickly. So, every ranged attack has a certain amount of range that it can go. Up to 80 feet on your short bow, you can see under your 20, there's the 80/320. And that's your range for each ranged attack. Earlier, 5 was using her darts, and her darts were only like 20 and 80. However, your short bow can shoot a lot farther. It can shoot 80 feet to 320. So up to 80 feet, you get it as a regular roll, which would have been a 20. However, because you were at like over 95 feet plus all of your extended hypotenuse length, because you're up in the tree, you're probably at 100 and some feet, and that puts you over that 80. And now you're into the 320 range, which is you can still attack, but you have a disadvantage at that attack. And so after 320 feet, you're not even allowed to target it. The bow will not reach over 320 feet unless you take a feat. I think it's called sniper spells. No, not spell sniper. God damn it, what's it called? Do you guys know it? The bow feat. Something shooter. Anyways, it's something sharpshooter. Thank you. I'm like, it's something shooter. It's sharpshooter. Anyways, and then you would be able to extend it up to 720 feet without disadvantage. However, because we are rolling in disadvantage, that means you take the 11, which is your lowest of the 2 rolls. And because you're rolling in disadvantage with an 11, their AC is 13, and it does not hit.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, like, because the 80 dash 320. I'm like, okay, so how does this get calculated so I know?
Yeah, exactly. And I for a long time actually didn't even know about it exactly. And one of my character people, my players, was like, "Hey, you know that like that's disadvantage." And it came up some way weird. We were on boats and we were like shooting really far distances along boats. I hit them with an ice storm at 300 feet away, and then their boat like went out of range and they were at like 400 feet. And anyways, that was the day I learned a lot about that shit. But I'm glad we could get it out here in the first tutorial battle because that's exactly what this is all for. And there is the feat that Gwendolyn's pinged out in chat for you guys. If you want to take a look at that, it's actually a really good rogue feat. It's a common feat for rogues to take because a lot of rogues, it depends how you build it, but some of them will sit back and use their bow a lot more, and then they'll just use their cunning action and bonus action to hide, and then they keep getting sneak attack damage. And we'll get into that a little bit more once you guys get into leveling up and more dynamics of your characters. I will teach you all a little bit about how to build your characters if you want to have something that performs pretty well. But if you also just want to take feats like alert or like actor or just like other types of feats, that's totally fine too. But yeah, that will end your turn unless you want to move.
I'll come down from the tree.
All right. So I'll need acrobatics as you try and come down through your climbing, or athletics, depends what you have better of. Oh yeah, you're good. So you make it down the tree. That is 15 feet of your movement, so you still have 15 feet if you want to move more.
One sec.
No problem. Take your time, see if you want to come closer or not. Maybe I get to bite you too. Probably not. I only got 2 left.
Good luck. Over by where these guys are. One sec.
You don't always have to ping it. Sometimes you can verbally let me know too as well.
I couldn't remember the names. So over by those guys, what does the little wording say for how high that is?
All right, so it goes down to 30 and then 20, and then it's off the map is the rest of it. It goes down to 20. So where Taehun Jun is and Errol over by that rock, that's about 25-ish feet. Yep, you're at like the crest of this cliffside, and below the right-hand side on the map, not the way you're looking, it would be left anyways, but right-hand side on the map goes down a lot faster than the left-hand side.
How much damage per se? Like you might not be able to tell me, but how much damage if I was to climb down 15 feet and then jump the rest?
Okay, so that would take you to 25. So within 20 feet, I allow people to have a jump. Like I'm just gonna jump off of this, and hopefully, if I land properly, I won't take too much damage. And I allow you to do that. It's a high acrobatics, but I allow it because certain acrobatic creatures are like they just do that kind of stuff. So you would be sitting at 25 feet, which means I wouldn't allow you to do it. So if you fail your climb, I usually just take it from the beginning, which means you would take 4d6 and then you would end up on the ground and prone. So I mean, you could also just take the damage, but you might like knock yourself unconscious. Now the formula for every 10 feet of falling damage is 1d6. Don't tell him what to do. I might want to knock him out. Anyways, that's so you would take this, and I'll just roll one so you can see about how much damage it is. I won't be skeevy about it. So you'll take probably like basically that's a little bit higher than average, I think, but you would take about average 12 damage if you were to fail your acrobatics check at the beginning of climbing down the wall. Now, if you pass your acrobatics check, I won't make you do it again on the next turn. You just pass it, and you would be able to continue your climb on the next turn, and that would be that. It's 14, sorry.
I have very low hit points.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, do it.
No.
You saw how good it worked out for 5, right?
Nice try, Gwen. I think Ileana would probably consider it. She is chaotic good, but the thing is that it's so high, because I was trying to figure out how high she would, how high her perception of it would be.
Yeah, so I could give you even a visual of 40 feet. About every story in a house is about 8 to 10 feet. So this is about 5 stories, like a 5-story building. Like at 40 feet, you're trying to jump off of a 5-story building almost. More like a 4 to 5-story building, like out the window on the 5th floor kind of thing or something. So you're up there. You're up pretty high. I personally would never jump out a 5th floor window or a 4th floor window even. Maybe a 2nd floor if I really had to, but if you need the time, that's the other thing. You travel a lot faster when you're falling to the ground. So sometimes if later on and when you guys can resist a bit more and you're all a bit more hardy, jumping down sometimes is a good option. Like you take the 40 feet, you take that 15 damage and you keep going because I'm a liar. Maybe I am lying. Sometimes I just want all of them to come up 6s too. Anyways, but yeah, don't let me persuade you in any one way. But I agree that your character would probably think it's a bit too far.
Yeah. Here, 1 second. Yeah, okay, so I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay, so Ileana is going to kind of pace back and forth. Kind of like, when a cat is about to jump and the cat is unsure about the jump and it's doing that pacing back and forth like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
Yep.
And Ileana is her thought process is that she's going to jump and then see if she can roll it out at the end.
Yep. All right. Okay, so you want to try and roll it out. Like I said, normally I wouldn't allow an acrobatics check under anything but around 20 feet. However, you're going into this consciously knowing that you're going to try and roll to reduce damage. If you pass, I will allow the roll to be halved. And so I will get an acrobatics check first as you dive and try and land in the sand, which is pretty soft, sort of, but there's rocks down there.
Yeah, there's
and you're going to try and deftly roll to reduce some of the fall damage, which, I mean, it's a believable thing to me at least. So go ahead and roll me your acrobatics. Or athletics if you choose to do it that way.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes something. No.
Oh my god!
I'm dying.
Well, it hurts. You take 6 damage, but you're still conscious, and you do succeed. I'll even give you the crit save, actually. We'll just go with the nat 1. You only take 1 damage. I would have given you 2 d6s if you didn't crit pass on that. However, you did crit pass on it, so I will give you only 1 d6. You take 1 damage. As I don't even know if I'll see just people on the beach. Everybody on the beach sees this as this drow just dives through the air like a fucking swan, lands on the ground and rolls. And you can see it kind of hurt her a little bit, but the roll was so perfectly timed. It was like an Olympic tumbler, and the you can see the transfer. Well, maybe not you guys, but the people on the beach can see the transfer of energy from all of that gravitational force is transferred through a proper vector all the way through her ankles, and she's able to just take a little bit of crunching damage, but nothing too bad. 1 bludgeoning damage, and I will get you to click on your token. Your red bubble is your AC, and you can change it to 7. And you end up at the bottom here, and you are not prone. You are literally right there. It does take your movement, so you don't have any more movement. However, wow, damn it. What is today? I'm getting screwed. I am actually getting screwed, and it's going to happen again probably in this campaign. I feel like all of you are going to just be able to do whatever you want. But anyways, congratulations.
Does anybody else see that?
Yeah, do we see this?
Well, I'll get you all to roll perception with disadvantage because you're all engaged looking forward. Oh, no, wait. 5's running backwards right now. Gwen, you're pointed in the wrong direction, so everybody but 5 can roll with disadvantage. 5, you're actually running back towards the tree, so you were kind of like in the wrong. Wow. Well, you still suck, and you don't see it. I don't know why. You're stumbling in the sand for some reason, 5, and then you look up and you just see
I'm very
Ilyana there.
wounded.
Exactly, you're worried. However, Globuk, you were kind of looking over your shoulder, and you just happened to see, because you got inspiration from Barrel's nice compliment, and you kind of looked back to see who it was. And as you look back, you see Ilyana complete this beautiful dive and roll executed amazingly, and it's very impressive. I don't know if your character is one of those people who is impressed by that kind of thing, but some characters have those traits. I would say this is one of those things where you would probably be impressed by her, and then everybody else fails. Only Globuk sees it.
I would say he's impressed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody on the beach is impressed too. They're just like, wow. Taehyun Jo is impressed. She can see Errol's impressed. Yeah, everybody's impressed. I don't even know if let's see if Salazar saw. Why not? No. So really, it's just the people over on the beach side who are kind of already over there, and then Globuk, who just happened to be looking in that direction because of the nice compliment that Beryl gave him. Well, that was Ilyana's turn. So, Globuk, let's go ahead and keep it rolling.
All right. Well, speaking of that nice compliment, I'm going to use that bardic inspiration, and I'm going to take another swing.
Hit it up.
Oh my God.
15 does hit, so you can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Splatter.
Yeah, you see it splatter. I assume it's the one right in front of you?
Yes.
Alrighty, there you go. And there is now just one little fire beetle left. Is that your turn?
Can I move in front of it?
Yeah, totally. You can try and like.
That is what I will do.
Yeah. All right. As long as you're within 5 feet, you get the opportunity attack, so you would have gotten it no matter what, regardless of the move, but at least you're blocking it from attacking any of the old people that are behind you. So, Beryl,
Right.
that will be your turn, and everybody gets their reactions back. So, Gwen, you have your light splooge. I don't know what to call it.
Light splooge. I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah, that's canon now. Anyways.
That is now what it's called.
Yeah. Oh, anyways, Beryl, it's your turn.
Think of a good one, Beryl.
All right. Oh yeah, he's in range. Yep. I will look at the last beetle and tell it. Shit, what do I think of? Your cockroach is a mother.
All right, roll it out. Let's see. Wow. It takes one damage. And it actually lives through the one damage. It has one more to go. So yeah, and the reason I clicked intelligence earlier is you can see it has a -5. These beetles have a 1 in their intelligence, so they're incredibly stupid.
Oh wow.
And then I don't know what their wisdom is. It's a -2 too. So anyways, but yeah, Beryl, you hit it and it reels, but your insult was just not good enough to drop this one. It has more mental fortitude than the rest, I think. Or
I
maybe this time you didn't
think
put
that
enough energy in
makes
it.
the beetle more intelligent than Beryl.
No,
Ah.
Beryl's got only like a -2, I assume, to his intelligence.
Yep, just a -2.
Yeah, which is pretty dank in consideration of player characters. You're getting down into the area where you would like almost lose the ability to speak, which is
I
like,
think it's like below 6 or something. You can't speak anymore.
yeah, I think it's like 5 or 6. Once you get, like, if I get a creature in here that lowers your guys' intelligence, eventually Beryl will not be able to communicate, which he would lose his somatic components then too, or vocal components. He wouldn't be able to cast vocal component spells. Regardless, we'll leave that turn there. Actually, I'm just gonna have to take another little break here, a little bathroom break. Everybody can do the same, because I'm pounding lots of water. But yeah, I'll be back in like 2 minutes, not very long, and we will finish off this battle, and then we can get back into some RP as we finish up the eclipse day. Oh yeah, quick hoot. Hey, what's up, Soap? I see you in here chilling. Just been busy. You know, Sand is pretty soft. I can't believe she crit pass failed on that, or crit passed on it. Amazing. What kind of shit are we into already? The rolls, the dice, the heart of the dice have been really into this game. Everybody got like a D100, and all of their trinkets were like perfect for their people. And at that moment, I knew this game was blessed by the dice. Anyways, I'm gonna hit this, and then I'm gonna get ready to go. I forgot music today, which sucks. But I'll put it in post so that it's on the YouTube with the music. And I'm looking in like Streamlabs and I can't find a way to add it either, which is really, I'm just like, it's just, Add a new source, image, color source, browser source, media source. Maybe it's media source. Let's try that one. Yeah, that's it, actually. And we're going to add a new one. Oh, shit. If I didn't do this earlier, I'm going to be mad. Oh, I should have done this. I just realized it's not, so they renamed it. They renamed it to media source, whatever the fuck that is. Anyways, I've just got the town. Well, that's okay. We're basically out of battle now.
I don't think I'll ever get the image of.
Oh shit! No, it's just the image.
Pacing back and forth, and then being like, you know what? Fuck it, and like swan diving.
Oh no, it's
off
there.
of-
Okay, good. I hear it. I see it. I
How
see
tall
it.
was that cliff? I don't even need to know, but whatever. It was
40 feet.
Yes, off a 40-foot.
Well, now that
Oh
we
weird!
know
It has
she's,
to
like,
be there.
immune to
Okay, I gotta
gravity.
hide it. 1 sec.
Yeah, that's useful to know for future planning.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We got some sound here, I think. Yeah, there it is. Okay,
Oh, that was too good though.
let me just listen to it.
Thank you for not listening to all of us naysayers.
All the best moments come from risks.
Risk and reward, baby.
All right, I
It
got
would
it.
have been just as funny if
Hey,
you
thanks, Soap Dirty. I see you
died.
just contributed. That's awesome. I'm gonna get back into this. Just got the town sound effects going. I should have had them going the whole time. Streamlabs did another update. Got to keep learning. Got to keep on top of it. Anyways, I'm
Very
gonna just put the
possible
cat
that
outside
it would do
quickly and
enough
get back
damage
to this.
instantly kill. Like not even like a chance
Yeah.
to bring it back.
What's your HP, Ileana?
Sorry, what? I was trying to find a video.
I said, what's
All right,
your,
we back. We
what's your
back. We back.
HP?
Let's go. So. All right, I'm here. What's up?
7.
Oh, dang, yeah.
All
I
right.
was just trying to find a video of Ileana doing the cat pacing thing. I found a really cool cat video though, which, you know, maybe later.
Nice. Yeah, put it all in the Discord. We with all my other groups, we just dump stuff in the Discord. So feel free to do that. And we can all take a look there. Now let's see here. Talking about flutes and stuff. Cool. Barking dogs. Yeah, all right. Beryl, is there anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, I think I'm good.
Wonderful. I will take Salazar as he takes the final shot, maybe, if he hits. Come on, Salazar. I want to do... Oh. Whatever. All right, the giant beetle is going to attack you, Globuk. You have resistance on this if it hits, as you are still enraged. It definitely doesn't, as Globuk is a pretty well-armored beast. Humanoid. What do you wear, Globuk, for your armor?
I have no armor.
Oh, never mind.
That's my natural armor class.
That's right. Well, let's keep that going then. All right. Well, he misses. So let's go to 5. You get your next turn. Oh, whoops. That wasn't even an attack. That
Oh,
guy's
man.
dead already. It's actually supposed to be 5's turn. Go ahead.
I am so ready. 5 is just gonna get a good grip on their javelin and send it flying at the beetle.
Alrighty. Here we go. Now
With
doing a
my
ranged
bardic
attack.
inspiration.
Ooh, with the inspiration. Add that on there. I have to take Globuk's off because he already used it. No.
Wow.
No. What is
Wow.
this campaign already? You see this one goes completely to your right. You throw it right. And Globuk, you take 9 piercing damage as the javelin hits you.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. That came out so much cooler in my head, I'm not gonna lie.
Isn't
It was
half?
supposed to be good, honestly.
Well, it is piercing damage, so it's reduced.
Oh yeah, it is actually. Thank you, because I was rolling on that. It's 4, so you're down to 11, and you can click on your token, do the same thing. It should bring up all 3 of the bubbles at the top and the right hand or the left hand one. Oh yeah, you did it. Good job. All right, let's keep moving. Good try, 5.
Oh, Bahamut, I am so sorry.
I will also actually remind you though, with your 30 feet of movement, you could approach this thing and use your bonus action for an unarmed strike.
I'm a little bit nervous too now, but yeah, all right, I'll give her a go.
Now, I don't always roll on that one will be you hit your friends. However, Globuk was right beside it, and that was the only other target, so it was kind of like, oh, I'm going to do it this time. Yeah, and so do you know how to roll your unarmed strike? It should say monk unarmed strike. Oh, yeah, there you go. Holy moly. With the +5 and a 15 to hit, go ahead and roll me some damage. It's already at 1, so we know it's going to die. And you bludgeon it to death. What does it look like?
5 literally runs over or limps over as well as they can, punches the beetle through with their claws in a really awesome motion. It just dies, but they just shake it off as an afterthought, and they're immediately like, "Oh my god, are you okay? Don't worry, the monks are around somewhere. Somebody can help."
Is there like a javelin sticking out of me at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment you took it in the side, and so it's like well, actually, yeah, it's stuck into like kind of your rib area. 9 damage is a lot, actually. I was gonna say it wasn't. You don't feel it as much because you're still raging. It lasts for a minute, so you don't feel it as much. However, to everybody else, it looks like he just took a ton of damage.
Don't pull it out. I think you're supposed to leave these things in.
Pull out! Pull out!
Look, are you okay?
All right, and with that, because the last enemy has died, we now move out of turn order, out of initiative. You can look in the turn order. I've already deleted it all, and you have killed the last enemy. And now you can move about freely, and you can talk, and you can RP, and that is the end of combat proper. And thank you for what a wonderful combat it was.
It was very epic. Just wait a minute. The mugs are around here somewhere. Don't move. Oh God.
Yeah, at this point,
Nobody's pulling it out. I'm gonna start pulling it out.
Wait! Don't do that.
No, if you pull it out, you'll start bleeding. Master Joe, can you?
All right, wait, Globuk, do you pull it out before
Damn it.
they get here? Because it takes them probably
I'm
like.
gonna pull it out, yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think Globuk would pull it out.
All right.
It may not be the brightest thing to do, but I think he would pull it out.
All right, so everybody sees Globuk actually, against all of your advice, pull out the javelin, and like Salazar and everyone kind of gasps while that happens. And Taehan Jo, while she's making her way over the Grandmaster, she's kind of like, "Oh, don't do that! Why didn't you listen?"
Wanted it out!
I'm just gonna immediately like hold my hands like where the wound is, trying to put pressure on it.
All right. Is anybody gonna cast any healing? If not, well, just let me know.
Ileana's just going to facepalm at this point.
I
Globuk
would, but I'm
bleeds out
kind
on the
of-
beach.
Yeah, Barrel, drop a healing word.
Awesome. Roll it out for me. Let me know how much comes back to him. He's only 4 off right now.
Aha, 5.
Oh, we're good now.
There you go. Also, 5 is still looking pretty beat up from the encounter. She's by far the most beat up out of all of you.
I'll drop my other spell for that.
All right.
Get me, help dragon.
6 healing to dragon.
So you can add 6 to your total 5, and I
Ooh, I'm
believe
all the way
that.
back up. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just about to say that actually just caps her perfectly. So you are now all back to full health. Now, with that, keep in mind that a lot of you guys can't see each other's health, so you'll need to tell each other throughout the battles and through after the battles who needs healing and who doesn't. And I can help out by just like saying what they look like, but feel free to, if you're low on health, be the person to speak up in the group, because they won't be able to tell that you're at low health unless I've said it a few times throughout the battle. But even throughout the battle, there's so much to keep track of that a lot of the times it's better to just, after a battle, when you guys get all together, sometimes even the clerics will just say, "Who needs healing?" And then at that point you can speak up as well. But if nobody asks, yeah, you can just call for healing. But Taehan Jo now sees that everything has been healed up, as Beryl has healed Globuk and Gwendolyn has healed 5. And she turns to you, Gwendolyn, and says, "Oh, thank you for healing 5. And she turns to 5 and says, "5, you did so well. All of you did so well." And she kind of regards you all, and she says, "I couldn't imagine a more fortuitous meeting here on the beach for all of us to see each other." And then she whispers to you, 5, kind of in your ear. She says, "I think you have found your group, 5.
Master, do beetles always come out on the beach during the eclipse? This seems kind of like a dangerous ritual.
At that point, you see over here, Errol is actually looking at the beetles and investigating them. They're all still glowing. And she says, "Actually, I'll do this for you guys. This is a lot more fun doing it this way. Everybody roll me nature or survival."
Oh shit, I'm actually trained in both of those. Yeah, I know nothing.
Ooh, nice.
Oh,
All
I didn't
right.
mean to hit it twice.
No problem. I always just take the first. 5. Globuk. You actually both know what beetles these are. These are giant fire beetles. They're pretty well known in certain children's books and stuff like that because they're kind of they're unique as far as beetles. They're some of the largest beetles in Javrok, and you've in the monastery. 5. You would have read a book about them when you were younger. Globuk, I would say you've gained this through your culinary knowledge, and certain types of people like to eat these beetles, and only Globuk would know that their glands can be used for 1d6 days after as an illumination source. And I don't think I can ping it. Oh, I can. Good. Here we go. So you can read that right now. This is what you learn, Globuk. Only you would know this from your culinary background. And I'm just like making this up on the spot, like that's how I'm giving it to you. That the beetles, they shed red light in 10-foot radius for dim light. Oh, wait, that's just their illumination. I want the glands. I might try and ping it out quickly here because we're going to roll how many days they have on it. Oh, it's not even here. Where is it? It's not pingable. I'm going to just copy pasta right now.
Copy pasta.
There's some spicy pasta. So anyways, this is in the description under bio and info, and I'm not exactly sure how much you guys get on the sheets. Regardless, the giant fire beetles glands continue to shed light for 1d6 days, and they can be harvested. However, Globuk, you would know that they take a certain amount of finesse with the beast, so you have to be good with a knife to get these things out properly.
Globuk's gonna try to cut one out. Why not?
All right, so yeah, you and Errol, I mean 5 and Errol had been talking kind of about like, oh, what are they? What are they? And as you guys are talking about it and Errol's kind of investigating a bit deeper, you see Globuk pull out and now I'm just going to go through your inventory a little bit. What kind of like knives or stuff are you just going to do it with your great sword? Oh, I guess your cooking
I have a
utensils.
dagger.
Yeah, you have a dagger and you'd have cooking utensils. Never mind. So you can go ahead and fillet one out. Go ahead and use dexterity now. You can either use the dexterity roll or you can use the actual cooking utensils roll. So you can click it off of your tool and proficiency area under cooking tools, and you would use a dexterity proficiency on this one. And if not, then you would use your dagger. Now I'm just going to also go to our little sheet. You have a specific sheet, and I better make sure I stick to the rules. And I'm going to read it again, and that's why I made this sheet. It's under handouts, and it's under tools and stuff. And under cooking utensils, it explains the best uses of how they would work and stuff like that. Oh, and it doesn't show me the checks specifically, so I remember the checks off. Oh, no, there it is. Survival, history, components. So when foraging for food or ingredients, it's actually survival. So I think you made this probably with your Dex mod. I'm actually going to get you to retcon that and make it with whatever the survival mod is, which I believe is wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yes, yes, yes. So I will get you to re-roll this as technically a survival check. Oh, there we go.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Well, there we go. So wow, they're just showing up today. It's a wonderful day in D&D. Globuk, you fillet this beetle with the skill of a master chef. You go to work in such a concentrated way that everyone around you is just amazed, and you are able to. I'll just let that roll out for the rest of the glands. Your skills prove to be good enough that you could continue to take all the glands if you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, everybody else sees this happening as Globuk reaches down, and Errol was about to answer you 5 as you ask her kind of this question about the beetles, and then she sees Globuk kind of doing some stuff, and she kind of just stops and watches him work his magic, and he harvests the first gland of the fire beetles.
What are you doing that for?
They glow.
Yeah, that's cool. 5 grabs one of the legs that like fell off of one of the ones that you have finished and like just pops it in their mouth. Not bad.
They're tasty too.
You don't need to put in that much work if you want something that glows. I'll just walk up to him and cast light on the knife he's using.
Oh, shiny knife.
Oh, thanks for the help. Are you okay?
I'm fine. You okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Someone, I think, healed me. Still
Maybe
really
next time
sorry.
throw javelin, throw at Beetle, not at Glowbook.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You weren't trying to hit him, right? That could have been an accident.
No, I was trying to hit the beetle, but I fell off that cliff and it sort of threw off my equilibrium.
Maybe you should sit down for a little bit.
Five just goes ahead and flops down in the sand, like chewing on one of the discarded beetles, and like looks over and sees Ileana kind of off to the back of the group and kind of just like gives a little wave.
Oh no.
My God, are you okay? What's wrong with you?
Ileana just kind of raises an eyebrow and she's like, what's wrong with me?
It looks like you have like no blood to blood flow to your skin. Have you ever been in the sun in your entire life? You need help right now.
No, I'm a little wounded from jumping off that cliff there, but a little bit. But otherwise, I'm pretty good actually. Not a fan of the sun though.
But you're blue.
Mm-hmm. I'm a drow.
Drow
How
jump
you?
good.
Ileana just laughs.
I just realized, pardon me, I'm going to interrupt this quickly. I forgot about your sunlight sensitivity racial. We will apply that next time.
Well,
and
isn't it like nighttime though?
Oh, wait, we're in the eclipse. Never mind. So we'll try and keep an eye on this. I'll try and actually form our interactions around this too, so we're not always imposing disadvantage on you, Ileana. But part of your racial is that, you can read it down there. It says, while you rely on sight for checks, or you have disadvantage on attack rolls whenever the target is in direct sunlight. So.
Yep. Actually, I wasn't sure what time it was exactly earlier when we were playing, so that's why I was in the tree.
Oh, true. And I actually didn't answer where we were in the recap. So we were around 7 o'clock. It was kind of like just after supper time, and the sun was just kind of like coming down a bit in the sky, and that's when the moon crossed over to it. And again, yeah, that's actually perfect for the retcon because technically it's more like dim light around during an eclipse. And it happens to last long enough that it lasts for a few minutes, so it lasts long enough that this battle happens under the guise of not direct sunlight. So, but yeah, sometimes I forget things, and feel free to like retcon me or be like, "Hey, this should be happening," whatever. But yeah, you guys can jump back to your little RP session as you guys are kind of talking about her special race.
Poor people spending your whole life underground.
I mean, like, it's not too bad. It was pretty fun. But I needed to go and explore the rest of the world and help others.
Good. Can finally
Yeah,
get some
thanks for
sun.
helping me.
Ileana just kind of turns to Five and just kind of like throws a wink.
Five blinks nonplussed.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Yeah, kinda. I made her a spider.
And what a lovely spider it was.
All right, just not going to question that.
Sorry. Who are you and you and you. Five just kind of like points to all the people that she doesn't know, which is most of them.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm Gwendolyn. And I kind of just like motion at Globuk, waiting for him to say his name.
Do you nudge him?
Yeah, I'll kind of like poke him with my elbow.
Hey, who'd you poke?
You.
Oh, hi, me Globok, the one you hit with pointy thing.
Five like definitely winces.
Don't worry about it.
What about you? You, the one who kept insulting all the bugs to death.
Oh yeah, I'm Beryl.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Five.
Okay, but what's your name?
It's just Five just kind of like blinks, like cocks their head to the side, like.
Ileana's bent over laughing.
Oh, sorry, Five's my name.
Oh, okay. Well, that tree over there is apparently named Pythagoras, so I guess that makes sense.
And Ileana falls over onto the ground laughing more.
I didn't do that, I swear.
Well, I guess all's well that ends well, except Errol, do you know why these fire beetles would have been out here?
Oh, I'm not really sure. I was thinking about it though. I looked at them, and they seem to be the giant fire beetles from around Middle Lake, and I'm not exactly sure how they got here. I mean, it's baffling, really. I have no biological or ecological reason for them to be here. And at this point, I'll get you all five of you to roll an intelligence check, as we are trying to connect the dots around what is going on.
Okay.
And you can always opt out of a check if you feel like your character would not know what's going on.
Oh my god! Errol has
Yes.
a moment of intellect.
Wow.
Globok pokes the sand with a stick.
What are these rolls? Yeah, okay. What are these rolls? Anyways, the only person who can put it together is Grandmaster Taehun Joe and Beryl. And Beryl, you realize that the timing of this kind of thing is way too criminal. And I'm going to come at this again through your background. You're like, nah, things don't just happen by coincidence with evil intent like this. You recognize that this is somebody's gathered up these beetles, come to this beach at this time, and released them as an attack, as some sort of vicious attack on the people of Die Shield. And you realize that this has some sort of evil or criminal intent. You've seen evil a lot through your times, and you know the face and the strikes of evil, and you know that you're not naive enough to just chalk this up to coincidence. You know that this has some sort of malice behind it, and that this is a planned attack.
Okay, before he explains all that, though, just questioning here. He may know all of that, but how well is he able to say it?
Well, he can
has a
still
charisma of
speak.
17. He can say pretty well.
Yeah, he can still speak. I mean, until he loses that last little bit of intelligence where he can't speak, he'll be fine to do it. So he is able to connect the dots, and again, it comes through his criminal background. He might not be the smartest or the sharpest knife in the toolbox or whatever, but he's seen this kind of nefarious acts before, and it reeks of some sort of evil criminal plot.
I think some evil jerk just rounded up a bunch of beetles and released them on the beach. This is a beach, right?
Oh, totally. At that, Errol and Taehun Joe will both react. Taehun Joe just nods. She's like, yep, you got it right. But Errol kind of like is looking very confused, and she says, what? Well, I'm not exactly sure we even have any problems here in Die Shield. Who would attack Die Shield? It's one of the smallest, nicest places. Everybody gets along in Die Shield. And Taehan Jo will go, yes, I'm not sure exactly what is going on here, but it does seem that Beryl has the right idea. Somebody has gathered these beetles up together and released them here, and I know evil, nefarious acts when I see them. And she kind of looks towards you, Five, with a very knowing look, just kind of acknowledging your past together, and how you came to be part of her life, and how she, when she says she notices she knows the face of nefarious and evil things. She kind of gives you that knowing look while she says that, and kind of nods towards you.
Five definitely, catches the drift and nods back, and then kind of looks over towards the edge of the forest where the beetles came from, and was like, I'm gonna go see if I can find anything.
Not the sharpest arrow in the quiver. All right, so what are you looking for, and where are you looking?
Back this way, since Five was up on the cliff and saw the beetles coming around the edge from up there. So just in this area back where kind of the beetles first appeared, Five is just gonna look for tracks or any evidence of somebody who was there and releasing them, just to give them anything to go off of.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, we roll perception to see if you can find anything. Or no, it's investigation. Pardon me. No, it goes perception, then investigation, then survival. So perception to find it, investigation to know more about it, then survival to track it, if you're looking for sort of general things. So first off, we'll start with the perception. All right. You find that these tracks from these guys, they go pretty far back. They seem to not have been released too close to the beach itself, but that they've probably been walking a bit through the foothills. However, as soon as you go off and find this out, Taehyun Jo kind of calls back to you and she says, Five, actually, I need you over here. Come here. I think we need to discuss what just happened. And she kind of comes back after towards all four of you too. And, Five of you come up, and Taehyun Jo looks at you and says, I have seen things like this before, and I know Beryl has told you already that this has some sort of nefarious intent behind it, but the way you have all performed today, I think there is some sort of destiny or fate behind all of you. When everybody ran, and the waves of fate were amongst all of us, you all stood like rocks in a river, standing against the dangers. And now I know, as she puts a hand on Five's shoulder, that my student here, Five, is looking to go to Dragon's Keep in the future. And I believe that whatever happened with these beetles, you will be probably needing to go to Middle Lake to check it out. And the reason I say this is because, and as she looks towards the cliff sides, you see there's lots of people gathered. It seems you're a bit of heroes. And they're all kind of standing there, mulling about, looking at you guys with awe. Some people's mouths are open. Some people are openly weeping over just the intense emotion of just getting their children back and stuff. And you've drawn essentially a very large crowd. And Taehyun Jo has kind of brought you all back together to acknowledge that there's a crowd. And also, she says, I think we will have to take you to the Reeve when she arrives tonight. She will most definitely want to reward all of you for your service and bravery, but also because I think during the festivities tonight, it would be proper to honor all of you in a formal way with the ability for the townsfolk to come towards you and offer their praise as well. Now, I know some of you might not be staying or planning to stay through the night, but we can offer you accommodations. And she looks towards Errol, and she kind of grabs Errol towards her, and she says, Errol is a shopkeeper in town, and she has a beautiful place, and you could stay there. And Errol kind of looks a little confused, and she says, oh, well, I'm not exactly sure if I have enough beds for all of you, but you would definitely be fine to sleep on one of my couches or my cots. But yes, I'm glad to have the heroes of Die Shield amongst us. And she kind of laughs and puts her hand back on Taehyun Jo's shoulder and says, "Yes, but of course we'll have to present you to the Reeve. The people will want their champions to be rewarded." And she kind of puts her hands up into the air and waves to the people who are still kind of all shook up, and she says, "Everything's okay. We've been saved by these people." And she kind of grabs some of your hands and lifts all your hands in the air, and so does Taehyun Jo. She grabs some of your guys' hands. And, Salazar comes over and grabs your guys' hands, and there's a large amount of shouting and cheering that comes from the cliffside. And then as it subsides, Taehyun Jo says, "Well, I'm going to head back now to the monastery, Five. But I think you should spend some time with your new friends. You're going to be spending a lot of time together tonight during the ceremonies. So I think maybe you should all get a bit acquainted." And then she looks to Errol and says, "Come on, Errol, I'll help you get your place ready for them." And they decide to march off, unless you guys want to say anything to them.
See you later, Master.
All right. And at this point, the crowd disperses as everyone kind of is taking now interest back in their own families and lives. And Taehyun Jo and Errol have pieced out, the tag team duo that is going to present you to the Reeve. And you're left with Salazar, who I was not expecting to have here, but he was persuaded into it by Ilyana. So he just says, "Wow, you all did so well to fight. And Ilyana, you especially, I know we met earlier, and you just inspired me. When I saw the Dragonborn try that ridiculous move, I felt I needed to help immediately. I'm sorry I didn't land any of my shots. Seems my heavy crossbow is a bit rusty," and he pulls it out, and you can see it's definitely rusty. This guy's like a frickin' traveling merchant. He has weapons, but he rarely uses them and is not good at using them. And he says, "Well, I'm going to pack up my stuff now. I didn't expect the eclipse to be this eventful. I'm already behind schedule to get back to Ramshorn, so I'll be bidding you all adieu, and, well, maybe if you come to Ramshorn, I'll find you there."
Ileana just nods her head and says, "Safe travels, and thank you, sir."
Yes, thank you all for protecting the people of Die Shield. I have to say, I haven't seen such bravery and courage in a very long time. I think there's something about all of you that destiny or fate has in store. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but at least I know for tonight it's probably one night of partying."
Five just kind of looks awkward. like
Ileana just kind of looks over at Five.
like they want to say something, but they're just sort of twiddling their fingers, waiting for everyone to be gone.
All right, you hear Salazar whistle into the distance as he goes and grabs up his packs filled with all of his games, different wooden packs and backpacks, and, they stack up even taller than his head, and he leaves. Back to Ramshorn.
I'll give Gwen a good hearty pat on the back and say, "See, Gwen, eclipse can be fun."
I wouldn't call that fun, but at least everyone's okay.
Five just kind of turns around and starts to walk back towards the forest again, just without saying anything.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys all see Five head back over to where she had been investigating some things.
I'm gonna quickly follow after her. What are you doing over here?
I found some tracks, and I feel like I should look at them more before they disappear.
Oh, let me help you out. I'll touch her shoulder and utter a quick spell and cast guidance.
Wonderful. You can add a D4, and that will be under your modifiers as well. So we did the perception, but I didn't get you to do the investigation. I'm going to get you to do an investigation now to see just exactly what kind of tracks they seem to be and how, I don't know, how much you might be able to oh, okay, 17 with the guidance. Yeah, you realize these tracks are good enough, the beetles were heavy enough, and the ground was soft enough and sandy enough that it was able to leave some pretty serious tracks. You can track them, and I will get you now. If anybody else, because she's already found this all out, now whoever's joining in on this can roll to continue the survival check to track these as we go. And I will take your best survival out of your group to be the person who not only catches the tracks, but then also carries them to the farthest amount. And is able to, span the gaps in the tracks. Sometimes there's gaps from wind blows of sand and different things. But you can all go ahead and determine, as 5, you can go ahead and announce that you can sort of track this if you want. Yeah, not the sharpest quiver in the
Pretty
old,
solid.
or arrow in the quiver.
Oh.
Yeah, you're all doing really well with your rolls. It was 18, so you've got 3 people there that can lead you, essentially. Yeah, so, Ilyana, I was just going to say, maybe if you're over here, you can come join the group. But yeah, you're all sort of able to see this, other than, so far, Gwendolyn and Barrel's BRB right now, so I'll just say he didn't see it, so.
I just want to know who tried to hurt the people of Die Shield. It was supposed to be a party, and they ruined it.
All right, so I will now, we're going to kind of sort of disregard the map now. I will ask Globuk, do you harvest any more of these glands, or do you just want the one for now?
I'm just gonna stick with the one.
Perfect, that's probably all we need anyways, because she's already shown you the cantrip. Sorry, I need some more water. So, what we're going to do now is just basically play Theater of the Mind. We're going off the map. You guys are going to start walking up this way. However, you will no longer be represented on the map. You're just passing out the top right-hand corner of it. To the north, you are walking slightly towards back to Die Shield. I had said it's about a mile between the actual city of Die Shield with its walls and stuff, and the rolling foothills that surround it to this beach. So a mile, it takes about maybe 10, 20 minutes to walk, I said. I'm not actually sure if that's right, but that's what I'm saying. And Globuk, you're technically still in rage as this goes. You have quite a little bit of time of rage still left, I would say. Probably about, once we even do this tracking, you would still have about 40 or 30 minutes. But I will now explain what your survival checks reveal. So as you continue to follow the tracks, you eventually come to a place where there are cart tracks, like a coach, and it's a single, you can tell by the survival checks that it's a single horse and carriage type of thing. Now, the carriage was obviously very heavy because it was carrying the beetles. And the beetles, you can see, emerged from a certain spot, right? So this interaction where you find it is looks like 2 kind of cartwheels and some hooves, and that changes immediately to the footsteps of the giant beetle. And you can tell that this was sort of the quote-unquote drop-off point, and it's not very far. If you look on the map, there's that giant rock. I would say maybe 100 meters from that giant rock through some of these very large rolling hills that are maybe 20, 30 feet high. You eventually crest a few of them and follow them to the point where it was the drop-off. However, as it continues further, there's been like different disturbing parts of factors that have removed the actual carriage tracks. So you have now found that they were dropped off just about 100 meters away. However, the trail, quote-unquote, goes cold as you are unable to follow the tracks any further beyond maybe, I would say, 10, 20 meters of the carriage, and then those tracks are completely gone. So now you know that someone or something has brought a horse and a carriage here, and they dropped these fire beetles within 100 meters, I'll even say, of the beach. And now you know that this definitely was done by somebody with nefarious intent, as these creatures are known to be quite hostile.
What did you say was the name of the lake that they normally live near or something?
Oh yeah, and actually you're right there, 5. They live near a place called Middle Lake. Now, if you want to know where that is, I can take you to the overworld. I don't think we went there last time, but some of you actually have a world map. If you want to look at your quote-unquote map, and then I'll take you to that map, and then I'll show you where things are.
Yeah, who had the map?
I do.
Oh, okay, then 5 was like, where the heck is Middle Lake?
And then remembering the map, I'll grab it.
Well, it's
unfurl.
probably in the middle.
I mean,
That'd be a
that
good guess.
tracks.
Beryl, you have used your brilliant skills of deduction once again. Okay, so Middle Lake is in between Die Shield and Candathan, southwest just a little bit. And Errol said that they originate from like their natural niche or whatever is on the south side of Middle Lake. You can see there's a specialized forest tiles to denote that that's actually a forested area. And this is like their endemic area. Errol, the shopkeeper, knew about this because she sometimes gets these in her shop and sells them at Bits and Baubles. And adventurers like to use them to take into the mines up, and I'll just tell you this is kind of out of game, but up at Malice Mountain. However, right now, all you know is that these originate from this sort of southern area of Middle Lake. And just so that you can maybe understand the hydrology and why it's called Middle Lake, over here are these mountains called the Dry Bone Mountains, and there's a lot of different rivers that come out. However, one of the rivers comes down into Horseshoe Lake, which is the one that you just fought on. You were on the beach of Horseshoe Lake. And then the hydrology continues downwards towards the Bay of Dragons. And so that's all these lakes are kind of tied together: Minnow Lake, Middle Lake, and Lake Candathan. Horseshoe Lake is the highest in elevation of the four of them, and then it leaks out down towards Middle Lake and then down towards Lake Candathan. I just didn't draw in the rest of the little connectors, but yeah, that's kind of the overall hydrology of the area. And so far your characters know that this is where it originates from, the south side of Middle Lake.
I wonder how they managed to get the beetles all the way here to Die Shield.
Well, it looks like they just rounded them up and stuffed them in the carriage.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
why?
sorry. You guys don't have to do this. I'm part of the monastery, so it's my job to protect people, but if you want to go, party and stuff.
Can't let something like this go.
This seems like the real party anyway.
We have to track down whoever did this and punish them for their evil crimes.
You sound kind of like some of the monks.
Oh, I don't know who your monastery worships, but yes, my god orders all of us to oppose evil at every turn. We cannot allow it to exist.
Does your god like the color yellow?
Well, I like the color yellow. I don't know if gods have favorite colors.
I like orange.
And it's also a nice color.
Well, does anyone have any ideas? The tracks end here, but I mean, there aren't a ton of carriages in Die Shield. They had to have rented it or, owned it from somewhere.
We could ask around about that. We could also just go to Middle Lake.
True, but it's kind of far away.
We still need to meet the Reeve.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe we could just ask around and see if anyone saw a carriage going through town when they were straggling on their way to the beach.
Good idea. Good idea.
I don't think any of you are from around here, but I can show you the quick way to get back to town.
Oh, there's a shortcut?
Yeah, I used to come down here all the time.
A shortcut would be appreciated.
Look like we follow you.
Lead the way.
And 5 leads their new friends back to the city of Die Shield.
All right, and I will take you back to the page. And just to be clear, if it ever seems like I'm leading you through my NPCs to do one thing, you don't have to do it. Gwendolyn obviously was saying like we could just go to Middle Lake right now, which is totally fine. Don't ever feel like, oh, the DM has built something and I have to go do it, because I'm really good on the fly, first of all, but second of all, I don't always want you to do the things that I make, if that makes sense. I want you to have autonomy. That's what I want most importantly. So yeah, if you don't want to even talk to the Reeve, it's fine. If you want to just like get some stuff, go talk to people and leave, that's fine. I'll leave it all up to you. However, I believe we are coming back there right now. So you should be all ready to go. All 5 of you lined up in the middle as you actually you'd be coming from the south. Never mind. Wrong area. There you go. You're all coming back from the beach. It's been a wild event. You can see people kind of mulling about in the trade district still. And every now and then you guys get a little bit of a knowing glance. People really don't, nobody's approaching you yet, but it seems that people recognize you from the beach fight. And some of them are kind of giving you a knowing glance.
Well, I definitely think that 5, being tied into the city and stuff and like feeling like a duty as a monk and stuff wouldn't just like run off without, you know, Master Joe was like, yeah, you'll do this thing and meet the Reeve. And 5 is like, yes, I will do the thing, the Reeve, because that's what Master told her to do.
Yeah, that's
Boba
fair.
just want to stroke ego.
Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah, I like these character motivations. I don't always think about those things. So 5, yeah, Glowbook, you can have inspiration too for that actually, if you just want your ego stroked. And yeah, we'll keep going from there. Yeah.
That is so valid.
Yeah, and I got to just get in the habit of giving it. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess just ask people if they've seen a really big carriage lately.
Okay. I'll get you all to roll investigation as you all kind of fan out and talk to people, unless some of you don't want to do that and you're like, I'm not comfortable, like, just going up to people and asking them this.
Since we're planning to do this, I'm going to quickly cast guidance on 5 again.
That works, yep. And with some of those things like bardic inspiration and guidance, it is good to state all of your intentions beforehand and don't do the rolls, please. Because if it ends up being like, oh, I rolled, and then it's like not good enough, and then you're like, I give them guidance, it's a little bit out of turn, I would say. So try to make sure you give your guidances and all that ahead of time, which was perfectly kosher for this time. And
Wow.
There it is.
oh wow.
3 people crit failed.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Okay, in my case, can I say that like 5 keeps trying to like ask questions, but then people are like, oh, I heard about what you did at the beach, and 5 just gets so flustered about being the topic of conversation that they just forget what they were doing and like leave.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. That's great. Beryl, same thing for you. People are just bombarding you and nobody knows anything about all they want to talk to you about is your amazing vicious mockery abilities. Oh, Beryl, how on oh, they wouldn't know your name. Oh my god, Mr. Half-Elf, how on earth did you kill those beetles with just your words?
I don't know. Sometimes I roast things and they just die.
Oh, that's so dreamy. You must be so confident.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So at this point, Gwen, you gave inspiration to everybody else, and they have not performed well. I can't believe there's 3 crit fails. I almost want to just like take away Gwendolyn passing because she technically did pass, but I won't because I'm nice. Eventually you get to the outer edges of the Gwendolyn. You kind of come back here down to the gate. And you're at a guard overhears you talking to some people in the trade district about it, and one of the guards says, "Hey, I saw a really weird looking like stone and metal carriage. It had like a really dark horse on it. One of those ones from way up north with lots of extra fur and like furry boots. and stuff like that, and it had a really big long tail and a big long mane, and it was all like black and gray. And yeah, I've never seen a coach like that before. But you said you're looking for like a little chariot or a coach or something. Well, I did see something like that. Now, it didn't really come around here. I was kind of seeing it go through the foothills, and I was watching it from on high here, and I could see it kind of making its way down to the the eclipse there. But other than that, I didn't really see much. I just saw this really odd-looking black coach with made of wrought metal and iron and stone, which was odd because nobody really works stone around here, and you have to go to Candathan or like one of the capitals to really find the stone workers, and especially for a chariot, it seemed like it would have been really heavy, but I don't know, it was really odd. And yeah, does that sound like so? It was drawn by one horse, and yeah, it seemed to actually have a little bit of a red glow now that I think about it.
That sounds like exactly what we're looking for. Did you happen to catch what direction it was coming from?
Oh, it seemed to be coming from the west. It took the west road back in through around Die Shield and started heading south. So when it came out here onto the eastern side of the beach there, that's when I started to see it. And yeah, I thought it was kind of weird. I thought they were adding something new to the party or the eclipse party with like a bunch of red lights or something. But I've heard about the attacks now, and well, I just can't believe it even happened.
If you see something like that again, make sure to tell someone, because whoever was driving that cart is very dangerous.
For sure. I might even go after it myself, but we'll see.
If you think you can handle it on your own.
Well, I've got my partner here, Jeff. He's pretty good. And his other partner looks kind of bleary-eyed, actually. He looks kind of like sleepy. And he says, "Oh, hi, my name's Jeff. Yeah, I'd follow you into battle for sure, mate. No, every time." And he says, "Jeff might not look it, but he's a really good fighter."
Well, that's great. I'm sure you and Jeff can take care of each other.
Yeah. All right. Well, that seems to be all I know, but hopefully it helps you.
It does, yes. Thank you. Hopefully the rest of the day is more relaxing.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully when the Reeve gets here, we can all just sort of celebrate for a little while.
Yeah. It'll be good to get everyone's minds off of what happened.
Yes, luckily nobody was seriously hurt. I heard that a few of you took some serious wounds, though. Some people said that the mandibles almost ate the whole dragonborn in half.
Yes, it was a bit touch and go, but everything worked out in the end. Everyone's fine now. That's what really matters.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Maybe I'll see you when I'm off shift. I'll be downtown enjoying some of the trade district's finest street meat and different drinks.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the help.
All right, you have a good one.
Bye.
I'm gonna assume we made a plan to like meet back up at some point or somewhere.
To be completely honest, Die Shield is just small AF, so I assume that like you just poke your heads down different alleyways and find each other and yell at each other, I guess I would say. So, coming back from this then, Gwendolyn, yeah, we'll just say that you run into Ilyana first, but you can see barrels up the street, and you saw actually 5 just moved into the trade district's main area, so we'll say that you know where these 4 are. Globuk, though, Globuk's deep in the trade district right now, so we'll see.
So I found some stuff. Did any of you get anything from your end?
How close was I to Gwen when she was talking to the guard?
I'd say you just pulled up as they were finishing their conversation.
Okay. No, I haven't found anything here.
Well, that very nice guard there was telling me how he saw uh, a like metal and stone carriage being pulled by a very dark horse covered in furs, and it was glowing red, and it seemed to be coming from the west and heading towards the beach. So that sounds like exactly what we're looking for, right?
Yeah, that sounds exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah. So they definitely came from the west, which is where Middle Lake is. So that we are going to have to go there very soon. We should probably find everyone else first.
That's probably a good idea. Yes. We should see if the Reeve is going to bestow us with anything for this trip too.
Oh, I don't know if we need anything. The lake isn't that far, according to the map anyway.
You can
Yeah,
never be
about
too
how far
sure.
is it?
Okay, DM coming in here. If we go back to that map, you can actually use your ruler on it. We're not going to right now. I've already mapped this out. It's about 540 miles. So it's a long way. Like it's like by cart. If you were going to use one of the chariots or coaches that was driven by horses, it would probably take you the better part of 2 days.
Yeah.
On
2 days
foot,
is
it would be pretty like closer. It would be a lot more, like maybe even closer to like 10 days. I think 5 days. I could do it the math right now.
Yeah, but it's definitely the kind of trip that we would like need to like prep for.
Yep, it's 500 miles.
Okay, well, five will. Oh my god. Five will walk down and sort of see Beryl in the street and like the other two kind of walking up. Did you guys find anything? I kept getting distracted. Everyone just wanted to talk about how cool I was and also how I almost died.
You are very cool. But yes, we found out from that very nice guard over there. I'll point off in the general direction. That there was someone who came through earlier with a stone and metal carriage, very dark, blacks and grays, a very big dark horse covered in furs, and the carriage was glowing red, and they were going to the foothills from the west.
Oh, that's Ignatz and Jeff. I love those guys. And Five just like waves towards them. Okay, well that's weird. I've never seen a carriage like that around here before.
They quickly wave back to you, Five.
Yeah, they said the same thing. It seemed very unusual.
Maybe we should go ask the carriage vendor where you would get a carriage like that, or if they've seen anything.
Do you know who the carriage vendor is?
I absolutely do, because I live here.
Great.
I allow it. Yep.
Before we go, do you have any idea where Glowbook went?
Haven't seen him. I think he went somewhere towards the pub direction.
That makes sense. That's where I met him.
Maybe he got thirsty.
Maybe. He did get stabbed.
Do I see him at the end of the road?
Well, at this point, I'll ask what Glowbook's up to. So, Glowbook, what are you up to? And are you just standing in the alleyway?
I forgot what I was looking for because I rolled so badly and just decided to start walking towards the pub, but never made it there because, you know.
All right. You were smelling all the street meat, wafting the beautiful smells of different street meats And while you're doing that, at the very end, as you're just about to turn that corner there, 5, you see Globuk. He doesn't seem to be talking to anybody. He's just looking at different meats in the alleyway.
5 jogs down the alleyway and like ruffles around in their pocket for a second and pulls out another charred beetle leg and is like, "Here you go."
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
I
one
think we
sec.
found a lead.
Just for the charred beetle legs. So, did you put it in your inventory?
No.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to start getting really sticky. I'll let you have it now. It's fine. But for next time, when I ask you about the beach and if we want to leave, I kind of prompted if I forgot to prompt you if you wanted to take rations and it was supposed to be a thing, so it's kind of on me. But I prompted Globuk, like, do you want to go back and get more of the glands, and that at that point usually is where I say, okay, like that's the cutoff for interactions of the map, right? And that's where I would have gotten you to add more to your sheet. So we will go back and retcon that, but in the future, if you want to steal rations from any of the dead beasts, it is a check. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes along with it. This one's easy enough. You just crack off the legs, so I'm not going to make you go through the check. But sometimes I do make people go through the check. So yeah, just for the future, if you want to take rations off of dead beasts, it will be sort of something you have to RP while we're on the map, and then I will allow you to have a certain amount depending on how many there are. With these, I'll allow you to basically have like as many friggin' legs as you want. You can only carry probably so many, and yeah, and then we'll just add them to your sheet, and of course then you can do it. But however, in the future, I'll make sure that you actually add them to your sheet so that you can bring them out later and feed Globuk.
Okay, so how many should I put it down?
Well, I'm going to say that each of them weighs 2 pounds. And technically, each of them I'm going to say counts as one ration because there's a lot of like chitin and stuff, but it's like crispy. So let's see. Yeah, you can start adding like I said, there was 15 of them. Each of them have 6 legs, so you could potentially add 90. And each of them being 2 pounds. I guess technically you are a dragonborn, so you're really strong and you don't have much on you right now. You might be able to carry 180 pounds worth. If you want to, that's fine. But otherwise, you can choose how many pounds you want and you can just add it. And since it's a 2 pound ration, just divide it by 2. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just say I took 11. No, I didn't grab any of the acid ones. I'll just say I took 11 and I gave Glowbook 1, so I've got a nice even 10 right now.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, and again, some of them are covered in acid, some of them are burned, but I assume that they are, like, again, a culinary thing, so people probably eat them raw. Like, Dragonborns, I always envision them, like, not too afraid to eat, like, raw fish and raw stuff, but that's up to you guys. Maybe you have a finicky Dragonborn who doesn't like to eat anything that's not cooked and seared and properly presented, but how many pounds are you taking?
I took 10 legs, so 20 pounds, I guess.
Awesome. You did it. And I'll actually just come to your sheet and check it out. But yeah, you hand Globuk some nice ones. Is this one that's like maybe you took probably all the charred ones, let's say that. So
Yeah, I just grabbed the ones that like were already crisped up thanks to Gwen's holy light.
yeah, so there's like 6 of those and then like 4 probably just regular ones, but we don't need to worry too much about it. I would say that they're all just kind of tasty in general, whether you eat them cooked or not. Yeah. So, oh yeah, I was checking your sheet. Charred beetle eggs. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. Globuk, you've received. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, where would be the cart person? Because I would know, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna say they're in the trade district here. I can even put a little bloopity bloop. Doop doop. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a character for you, and then you will see a new sheet in the journal under Die Shield.
Our new friend, the cart vendor. Okay, he's like super cool for a cart vendor.
Yep. All right, so his sheet is in there. His name is Anders Stormwind, which you would know, 5. Nobody else knows that. He's a Nord, 5 again. You would know all that. You know he's a Nord, which means he's one of the people, the humans, that is from the opposite side of the Empire. They are a group of humans that live on the northernmost continent. And how much should I let you know about it? Well, I'm going to make you roll for it. That's what we're going to do. You need to roll me an intelligence check as we are checking out your knowledge of history.
Can we also roll a history check if that's better?
Oh, fuck, yeah. I'm just going from the top. I'm used to rolling on my what's it called, sheets. My NPC and monster sheets, a lot of them don't have the specific skills. They just have the generalized ones. Beside it, you'll see a lot of it is all like it relates to one. So if you do a history check, it is technically under the branch of intelligence, I believe. But anyways, yeah, specifically do history. No way.
I studied a lot in the monastery.
What is this today? All right, you're going to get a whole background of the Nords, which is a faction. And I'm not going to put the sheet out yet. I'll probably have it up for next session. I do have a little bit on it, but I'm going to tell you a bunch about it right now. And then I'll finish it because I don't think I even came close to finishing it. I'm running through my handouts right now because I'm introducing you to a new faction. So under handouts is factions, right? And right now we have the Empire and the Dragonborns. Oh, we only have the Orcish tribes. Oh yeah, technically 5 isn't part of the Dragonborn clans. That's right. She doesn't live there. Anyways. Regardless, you have 2 factions in the factions handouts: Empire and the Orcish tribes. The Orcish tribes is for our half-orc Globuk. He knows about the Orcish tribes, and then everybody else would know about the Empire. Anyways, and I'm looking through it right now to see if I did the Nords, and it is empty. Okay, good. So the Nords, and I'm going to take you back to the map, and this is all for 5, but you guys, it's a little bit of world history and stuff that is built out here. So Daedrin's Leap is the home of the Nords right here, this large pillar in the northern continent. Does everybody see that? Are we on the right page now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. And so Anders has told you about his home. With a nat 20, he's told you everything about his home. Daedrin's Leap is the home of the Nords. They're a hardy race of humans who are not part of the Empire. They are part of what we call the independent races or independent factions. They inhabit the northern parts of the world. They live in the southern parts of the peaks, which are called Asgard's Peaks, which they technically control as part of their province of ownership. And they also control this place, Torgby. Now, they don't... It's hard to say. Torgby is an independent place that has a lot of Nords in it. They also it has a lot of gnomes, and it has a lot of high elves. So it's kind of like a mishmash of the northern continents. Anyways, the Nords themselves, so they live specifically only in Torgby and Daedrin's Leap. A lot of them don't. There's no other places that they settle. Other people would be considered like travelers or like nomadic, other Nords that you meet who have transferred over to our continent, which is where everything lies. Now, Daedrin's Leap does a lot of trade with not only the gnomes and the high elves, but across the channel, Teldrin, which is another independent town, and the dwarves who live in Thulmir, and also Falgun. And you can see that those are kind of 3 major spires on the map, and they represent 3 factions, I guess, that are huge major factions, and these are sort of their major faction strongholds. And again, you would know this because Anders has talked lots about the different dwarves, not only the hill dwarves, but the mountain dwarves. Mountain dwarves coming from Thulmir, hill dwarves coming from Falgun. These are subclasses of the dwarf race. And let me know if I need to slow down or just take a break right now, because there's a little bit more coming, and I know some people might be taking notes. And if you need me to repeat stuff or add stuff to notes, that's fine. Again, you will have most of this information dropped into a handout for next session.
What kind of dwarves were mostly from Thulmil?
From Thulmir, are the mountain dwarves, and you can see the spire for Thulmir is sitting amongst the mountains. If you look at the symbols in each hexagon, they represent sort of the topography of each area. Cold Shade and Die Shield, they're sort of on like hills. Die Shield not so much, but Cold Shade specifically is like amongst the really rolling hills right beside the mountains, the Dry Bone Mountains. So this is like a pretty big map. There's a lot to it, and I'm not going to try and cover too much of it, but the Thulmir is the home of the mountain dwarves, whereas Falgun on the coast is home of the hill dwarves. And yeah, Falgun's more close to the hills, and Thulmir is in the mountains, and that's how you can remember it.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, and so Anders has told you lots of stories about this. I would assume sometimes he probably came and hung out at his shop. He's a pretty relaxed guy. And he's told you stories. He hasn't told you why he left. That's a specific thing I have in my GM notes that I'm not going to go through. But he left for a reason, and he's told you that it's kind of not very often that people from the north come to the Empire and settle in the Empire. A lot of people from the north don't see the Empire as a good force. They see it as sort of a colonizing force, or maybe even a force that doesn't represent their true ideas or religions. And so he's told you a little bit about that kind of butting heads of people from the north, humans specifically, because this is all a group of humans. And they're very like insular. They live in the north, and they are very about just being human. And he's told you a bit about that too. Actually, he's told you that they specifically don't try and interbreed, and that's just one of their kind of like racial purity things that they do. So they try and stay away from having a lot of people intersect with their place, and that's why they like the gnomes and they like the high elves, because they both do a lot of the same things. Where they don't try and intersect with sex, interpopulate or whatever, interbreed. That's the one. And yeah, the Nords. So the Nords are sort of this like recluse, independent people that have a lot of different social customs and religious customs. And he has left for a reason unknown to you five. And he has resettled here in Die Shield, kind of in the middle of the Empire, basically. And built a life as basically a cart worker. And he's told you that he was originally a cart worker back in the home. He lived in Daedrin's Leap. However, he eventually left there, and he's never covered that part of it. Is there any questions about the map? Actually, I just brought you back to Die Shield. Is there any questions about the map? We can go back.
Not for right now, I don't think.
Okay, so yeah, now I realize I'm going to have to teach you a little bit about, not teach you, I'm going to put factions in there. So I'll try and remember this just as a note, even for the VOD. Dude, build your faction out, because you have to now give them I wasn't expecting you to know a lot, but you rolled a nat 20, so like I have to give you it. You'll know about the factions of the mountain dwarves, the foothill dwarves, the Nords, and I guess he did tell you about, because he's a Nord, the other two factions that exist on the northern continent, the High Elves and the Gnomes. So you're going to get next session 5 new factions, and all of these specifically are for 5. If we roleplay it out that you guys know more factions than what I have here, that's fine. We can do that. And we can even go back through your histories and your backstories or whatever. If you feel like you would know more factions and you would be able to talk about them. I would even give it to the people from Ramshorn that they know a lot of wood elves, because I believe that's one of the places that has a lot of wood elves. And I can check that out for next session. But yeah, those are the factions that you know about. You know Anders' whole backstory, and you guys have a pretty tight, because you rolled so much about him, you know a lot about him, and you know a lot about the Nords.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think Glowbook and I reunite with everybody, and then I take them over to the little area where Anders has his cart workshop. And I'm like, "Hey, Anders, are you here?" And I like call into the shop.
What you want from me? I'm busy. Go away, whoever it is.
How could you be busy? It's a holiday today.
Oh, I don't care about the eclipse. And then he turns and looks at you and he says, "Oh, Five, my friend, how are you doing?"
Hey, well, it's been a day. I killed some bugs with my acid. It was pretty cool. And then one almost killed me, which was less cool. But now I'm investigating something.
Wait 1 second. You're investigating something. That's very interesting, but I need to know something first. And I'm just gonna roll to see if he knows about your. He has no clue that you have a dragon breath ability. The Nords are very, very long way away from the Dragonborns, and he doesn't know how that works at all. So when you said that you used your dragon, he's gonna be like, "Oh, you're investigating something, but what do you mean when you're talking about this dragon breath? What, you melted some beetles?"
Oh, yeah. Did I never tell you I could do that? Sometimes, like after a good nap, I can open up my mouth and a bunch of acid comes out.
Oh, that's crazy. That's like the old dragons that used to roam the lands, my god. Oh, I didn't know you were so powerful. It was so small for a dragonborn.
You're pretty funny. I would show you now, but I can only do it sometimes. I'm still working up more acid. It's like an internal thing, I guess. I don't know. Master Joe tried to explain it to me, but neither of us really know how it works.
Oh, that's fine. You'll probably melt all my stuff out here, but regardless, what were you investigating? Tell me.
Oh, sorry. I should introduce these guys. This is Glowbuck and Beryl, and the yellow one is Gwen, and then the dark one is Ileana.
Hello, 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 all of you. And he actually goes around and shakes all of your hands very like heartily, and he's got big mitts, and he's like giving you like way too aggressive handshakes. He starts with Glowbook and Beryl, and he kind of gives you guys a nod as you guys all have some hearty handshakes, and then he goes to the girls and he kind of grabs them a little bit more daintily. It's obvious that he's being a little bit more dainty with the girls as he shakes their hands.
Can Ileana have like an actual like strong handshake?
Oh yeah, totally. He is. I'm just saying he's doing it daintily. Like you can grab it hard. You can do whatever you want.
Okay. She grabs his heart and like tries to like, you know, give him the hearty handshake.
All right, we'll see if it happens. Let's see. Let's roll me an attack, and let's see. I'll add your strength modifier. So a d20 plus your strength, and let's see if you can overcome and like maybe like send back the feeling that you're like really strong actually.
Okay, so what am I clicking?
I'll get you to roll a d20, and then you can tell me your modifier for strength, as you can add that to it as well.
Modifier is the little number at the top.
Yeah, I rolled mine, so and it's not a good roll. You might crush this guy's hand.
Okay, so my strength modifier is 1.
All right, so then roll a d20, and you can do that from the left-hand vertical bar, or you can type /roll space 1d20.
So I think you won with a 9.
I think I won.
Oh yeah, you totally won. Yeah, his modifier was also a +1. Anyways, so wow, you just beat him too, actually, because he had an 8. Anyways, so as he's like daintily grabbing your hand, Ileana, you squeeze, and he is like, whoa, and he feels it comes back, and he actually takes 3 bludgeoning damage from your strength.
Oops.
And he kind of pulls his hand back a little bit. And he's like, oh, I didn't expect this one to be so strong. However, also Gwendolyn, while he was walking past you, you said you waved. Now, do you just wave at him instead of taking his hand?
I don't know. This was when Five introduced us, like beginnings, like before he started shaking everyone's
Okay,
hands.
cool. Yeah, I missed that, so I wasn't exactly sure. Or I didn't know what you wanted it to apply to, but yeah, he gives you a handshake as well. You can go ahead and squeeze his hand if you want.
No, that's fine. Just a normal handshake.
All right. Actually, after the whole thing with Ilyana, he regards you with a normal handshake. I think he picked up on the not liking being treated differently, so he gives you a very normal, courteous handshake, kind of like a wounded dog almost now, where he's like, "Oh, he's just trying to be a good boy."
Wow, Ilyana, that was really impressive. Have you ever like done arm wrestling?
Um, once or twice, usually with some of the friends from the underground, but it's nothing too big.
Oh man. Oh, sorry, I'm getting off track. Anyway, so fire beetles. It looks like somebody brought them down to the beach for some reason, and we're trying to figure out where they might have come from. But we heard from Ignatz and Jeff. Jeff, is that his name?
Yeah, Jeff.
It was Jeff. Okay, good. We heard from those two that whoever did it had like a really fancy cart. It was made out of iron and stone, and I've never seen any of them like that around here.
All right. So he'll look at you and he'll say, "Oh yes, Joffrey. Yes, the one at the gate. I always see him looking out into space. He seems like he's a very sleepy man, but let me rack my brain right now and see if I can figure out what you're talking about. I might know something about this, but I might not." And he takes a second to think. Now, what I'm going to do is his own little whoop whoop history check to see if he understands through the history of carts what your visual verbal explanation would entail. So I'm going to roll a d20 plus 2, and the DC is going to be 15 if he knows enough about this kind of cart work. Oh,
Oh,
you
So
know,
close.
it seems to ring a bell, but I cannot think about this. I don't know anything about stonework really, and I don't know.
Well, I guess he said something else to Gwen
Hey,
about the
thanks for the
horse
follow.
that was pulling the cart. He said it was like black and gray and kind of fluffy, and it looked like it maybe came from north. You from north?
Oh shit, yeah, okay. All right, asking him specifically about the horse now. I have to roll another one. And I'm going to do it the same way. As he thinks about the types of horses that draw a certain carriage like that.
Yes.
Yes, actually, I know a little bit about these horses, you say. Yes, the fuzzy horses with the boots, yes, and they're all dark like that. Well, we Nords, we have some nice breeds of the lovely long-haired horses, but the dark ones, those belong to the dwarves.
And Five's head snaps up and looks at the others and is like, "Wait, was it the Reeve coming back from fighting with the dwarves off to the east?"
Yes. Just as the DM. Yes, I did say that, yes.
What a coincidence! Well, I guess it seems like that's something that we should bring up with the Reeve if we're gonna meet her later.
Oh, you're meeting with the Reeve, are ya?
Yeah, I think so. Because we like fought all those beetles and I guess maybe saved some people.
Oh, wait. You saved some people. Does that mean you're like heroes?
And Five just like looks really awkward again and like would probably be blushing if like that's really something that dragons could do. It's just like, nah, it's fine. I'm just, that's what the monks do.
He like puts his hand on your shoulder and he's like, "Oh, you are turning into a real monk, aren't you?" And he looks at you. You guys are dead same height. So he's looking directly into your eyes and he says, "I always knew you'd grow up to be a powerful powerful dragon born.
For the
Does he
first time
add born
today-
to the end? Like, just like
Yeah, I like that it
properly?
was-
Yeah,
like
I
a
almost just said
dragon
dragon,
born.
and then I was like, oh shit, born. You're not just a dragon, you're a dragonborn. So, anyways,
I'm a dragon to him. It's fine.
yeah, I was wondering. I was
Um,
like in between it. I was like, do I just call her a dragon as Anders? So actually, I'll just roll it that way. He did just call you a dragon. You're a powerful, powerful dragon.
So for the first time today, Jojo, who's just been like sleeping, I guess, kind of like pops out, just for flavor, because we haven't seen her today, and she's cute.
Oh, Jojo, my favorite little mousy. How's Jojo been?
Five kind of like brings her out and like holds her in her hand and like pats her on the head with like a little finger, one finger, very gently. It's like, I don't know. I guess she slept through the whole thing. I don't know. I fell over, but you know, Jojo can sleep through anything.
Oh, yeah. She just gets wrapped up in a little bit of cloth in there, and she could sleep through a big old fall, that's for sure.
Well, thanks for the information, Anders. I feel like we've really got something to go off of. Hopefully.
All right, well, hopefully that helps you solve the mystery a little bit. I'm going back to my little bit of work over here. And he points to a really, like, decrepit old coach that he's trying to fix up.
Okay, see you later. Good luck.
All right, bye. Nice to meet all of you.
And we all, I guess, meet back out in the kind of alley.
Yeah, I would like to imagine his shop is like a big, open, huge doors because you got to get big coaches in there and stuff, big carriages. And so, it's like he's got his doors wide open. It's kind of like your classic, like a mechanic shop, but like old school, ye old village style.
I'm trying to join the group, but my icon won't move again.
Oh, shit. New page, and I didn't redo it. If anybody else having that problem, I didn't copy pasta this time, and now I need to make these tokens just as good as the ones that we had on the last page. I should have just copy pasted you guys. I don't know what the hell. That's like the rule too. I'm supposed to do it that way, and then I don't have to actually do any work. Yeah, y'all can move again, I assume. And so if anybody needs it, just shout at me. But yeah, you're all grouped up now, and Anders has told you that he recognizes the horse breed. It's a specific dwarven horse breed from the north. I forgot to make it specific to which dwarves. It's from the mountain dwarves. So there you go.
Roger.
Yep, so he lets you know that that specific horse breed comes from the mountain dwarves.
Before we get to that, so now that JoJo is here, yeah, I'm just gonna like walk right up to Five, just stare at the mouse. Like, that is the cutest thing I've ever seen. But what's its name?
Oh, hey Gwen. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I didn't get to introduce you guys. This is Jojo, my mouse.
All right, before we go further, too, I just need to confirm, Five, you have control to bring it out onto the map. Can you drag it from the sheets, the journal, and see if you can bring it out onto the map?
Oh, I could try.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you try that. Eventually, every sort of thing, pet, elementals, different things that you control, I want to give you as much control of them. So I'm gonna stop right there and just make sure that this is working. If not, I can drag it out, and then you should have control after that, I think. Hey!
Oh.
Boom! Just like out of nowhere, speedy little dude. Perfect. And you know what? Well, we don't need to put anything else. Yeah, you can move it, right? Probably not, actually. Oh, you can. Cool. It's connected to your sheet. Good.
I can.
Awesome. I see that it is properly connected, and I did the work ahead of time. It doesn't have its AC and like its hit points, but I've literally made it a goal of mine to not kill your mouse because I like it. So we're just not going to worry about doing that right now. You can just keep going. Also, I do normally end the session in about 6 minutes. So you guys let me know where you're at, and if we want to go a little longer, maybe that's fine. But I will eventually call it probably maximum hard out at 4:20. So
Well, I think that we should probably go find Master Joe and report back everything that we found. Plus, maybe the rooms will be ready for you guys, and you can, you know, put your stuff there or whatever people do in their rooms.
Wait, Dragon, why you have rat?
Oh, it's a mouse, but also it's my friend, and my pet, I guess.
Oh, okay.
It's so cute. I love it. You can
Not
just
very
feed it
much
to
meat
everything.
on bones.
Now, Jojo wouldn't make much for eating.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pet Jojo. See how they respond.
all right, so
Oh yeah, hold on.
you can control JoJo for that, and I think if you click out the sheet, or you can just roll a d20. You can do it however you want. There you go. That's how we did it before.
Jojo sits nicely in my hand and takes the petting, but doesn't do anything particularly interesting.
I can't remember if is that worse or better than Ileana's.
I think
That was
it's
the same for you too.
yeah, it's exactly the same. You both rolled an 8.
Weird.
It's like it was a little bit bad because usually it's like 10 is like neutral and then everything lower. So it's like they're not too into it, but they sit there and take it. And I'm like, if I go back through the chat, eventually we'd find it. But I'm pretty sure you did roll an 8 as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
I'm gonna say that Gwen definitely said that in real speak, and Five just looks kind of pleased. When people are cooing over them, they feel awkward, but they're like, yeah, Jojo's a really good mouse.
Ish. I'm just completely lost.
So anyway, I'll lead you guys back over to the bits and bobbles. It's this way.
I'm just gonna move you all. There, we're all back to the Bits and Baubles shop.
Five just bursts in Errol, Master Joe, are you here? We found some stuff.
Oh, and then they both come down the stairs at the same time, and Joe looks towards you guys and says, "Oh, hey, Five. Yeah, we're all ready. We've got it set up there. We've got a couple of little places. Do any of you have a bedroll?" And I will ask you now to check out if you have a bedroll. But first, I'm gonna just ask you guys: is anybody leaving in the next 3 minutes? Should we? If so, we can shut it down. It's fine. That's the normal time. But if you want to keep going, we can do that too.
No, I'm good.
I'm good to stay.
Yep, also good.
I'm good.
All right,
Okay.
we'll push it a little further then. So Taehyun Jo comes down and she says that there's some places ready. Now I'll get you all to check in your character sheet to see if you have a bedroll. It would have come with a explorer's pack, I believe, or a different type of pack. It comes in a certain pack, and some of you might have it, some of you might not. It depends who took the explorer's pack. Did anybody take an explorer's pack?
I have a bedroll.
All right.
I also have a bedroll.
Okay. So when she asks, who has a bedroll here?
Oh, I
have one apparently.
I have bedroll.
Oh, perfect. Lots of you do. Okay. So, Five, all of you who have bedrolls, you can head upstairs to the attic. There's a big cleared space for you where you can set up your bedrolls. And then, Five, if you want to stay at the monastery, you can, or you can stay here and have a little sleepover with your new friends. That's fine. I'm sure Errol wouldn't mind. And Errol kind of looks, she says, "Oh, no, not of course I wouldn't mind. Oh, Joe, you're so, I'll be taking care of all of you tonight, no worries." And then Joe says, "All right, well, since everything's in order, when we cleared the attic for you, you can go there. There's also a couple couches for anyone who wants that. But for now, I am going to leave, and I'll see you back at the monastery, Five, if you choose to come back. And if not, have a good night with Errol."
What time is the Reeve coming?
I'm not sure. We haven't gotten a specific time. She's supposed to arrive tonight. So maybe around after sundown, an hour after sundown or two. I would say like that's like probably like 10, 11 o'clock.
Okay, I'll come with you to the monastery to get some bedrolls and things in case anyone else needs them. But and I figure Five can like fill her in on everything that they discovered on the way there if they walk together.
For sure, yeah. You guys can go walk back to the monastery, start getting beds ready and stuff, um, and then yeah, Taehyun kind of hears what you say, and she kind of looks a bit perturbed, and she says, "Yes, it seems many things are wrong with the dwarves these days. More and more, we're having bandit raiders attack the different roads leading around the empire. I'm not sure what's going on up there. Hopefully, they're all right. They've been a good friend to the Empire for a long time, so hopefully they can get their affairs in order."
Do you think that this is something that should be brought before the Reeve when she returns?
Oh, most definitely, yes. We will have to tell her everything that happened today.
Is do you think that we should still go to the Middle Lake?
I think we'll send you there tomorrow. If the Reeve is into it, if she's understanding that, yes, because I don't think we have any city guard that would be able to spare. And her own guard apparently took quite a bit of a beating in the battle. Although they were victorious, there were many, many casualties and many, many injured people. So I think she'll be amicable towards sending you to there tomorrow. I'll discuss with her whether or not she can help you with anything when I see her tonight. Now, make sure that when we get back to Arrow's place, that you gather up your people and let them know that when the Reeve arrives, that we will have to do this post haste. So none of you should go to bed quite yet. She will be arriving a little bit late, but make sure that we aren't waking anybody up, or at least if we are, that they know it's going to happen.
Okay, I'll tell that to everybody. Will you come get us when it's time?
You bet I will. You'll probably hear it as well. She'll be coming back through the North Gate, and, well, there's going to be a large procession meeting her on North Road there, so hopefully, or pardon me, she's coming in the West Gate, and there's going to be a bit of a procession down in the West Quarter. So, you might be able to hear it. But I will come get
Okay.
you.
I'll see you then later, Master.
All right, here's all these extra beddings and stuff. You all have a good little sleepover tonight, and I'll come in a few hours when they're ready, and I'll gather you all up and I'll introduce you to the Reeve.
Thank you, Master, and I'll do my best to make the monastery proud and get along with these new people.
All right, Five. I have a good feeling about this. It just happened to be this special day that we decided to send you on your own personal journey, and now I have the best feeling ever, knowing that you are amongst some very, very talented and strong individuals. I saw the drow, dive off of a cliff, and she seemed to take almost no damage. I've never seen anybody dive off of what looked to be like, a 4 or 5 story building. She just did it like an angel or something.
Oh yeah, man. Ileana seems really cool.
Yes, well, have fun with her and with the rest of them. They all seem to be quite a nice little bunch and quite powerful in their own ways, and I'm sure they'll protect you.
Okay, so Five returns and like throws open the door and dumps a bunch of bedding stuff on the floor. It's like, here, I got you guys some extra blankets and stuff.
Oh, thanks.
I know it's an attic, so it might not be as comfortable as you're used to.
Thank you.
I've been sleeping out in the middle of nowhere for a while. This will be fine.
Oh wow, you've been traveling?
Yes, well, I'm not from here. I'm sure you know, since you are from here.
Yeah, that's right. None of you guys are from here. That's so cool. I've never really left Die Shield.
be honest, this is my first time leaving my home as well.
Where are you from?
I'm from Wood, which is a bit northwest of here.
What about the rest of you guys?
I'm from Grom's Rest with the other orcs.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I had to read about that in the monastery books. I had to
I
study a
wish I
lot.
could have read about it.
I mean, I could borrow a few books if you want to read.
Maybe not.
5 chuckles. A little bit. What about you, Mr. Long hair guy? What was your name? Beryl. Beryl. I'll remember. Well, where are you from?
Oh yeah, I'm from Ramshorn. Though didn't leave on a good note, so I'm not gonna go back there anytime soon.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate. I feel like I'd be really sad if I thought I couldn't come back to Die Shield. Or Master Joe.
Ileana just kind of turns to Beryl and she's like, where from Ramshorn are you from?
One of those, nondescript places in Ramshorn.
And at this point, Ilyana, you notice that he's saying Ramshorn, and this is a little thing with his character that we kind of did, but it's actually Ram's Horn. So you, being from Ram's Horn as well, and Beryl, you don't know this yet because she hasn't told you, but you being from Ram's Horn, you notice that Beryl is actually saying it totally wrong.
Yeah.
Five, knowing how it's supposed to be pronounced and having no idea what's going on, goes, "That's so weird. I thought it was always pronounced Ramshorn, but, I've never been there, so."
Yeah, I guess all the
yeah.
Empire citizens would know except Globuk, because you technically weren't an Empire citizen. Sorry, Globuk.
Nah, Beryl knows that it's pronounced Ramshorn.
Ah.
Are you guys
Okay.
hungry? I still have some of these beetle eggs. And Five just, pulls out a bunch and, offers them.
I mean, if he's from there, he should sound like he know how to pronounce it, right?
I am pronouncing it. I am pronouncing it right.
Ramshorn sounds right to me.
Yeah. Still not quite sure what a shorn is.
Ileana just laughs. She doesn't say that she's from Ramshorn, but she's just trying to hold back stifled laughter.
What about you, Lillian?
Yeah, where are you from?
Are you asking Errol now?
No, Ileana.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear either. I wasn't sure if you would ask me. Ileana just kind of looks up and she's like, I'm from Ramshorn as well.
Oh, is that a different?
Right. Ramshorn.
Are these two
Sure.
different towns, or?
No, I'm pretty sure they're the same town.
No more confused.
There. Me too, a little bit. Chews thoughtfully on a bit of beetle egg.
So, Beryl, why do you pronounce it Ramshorn?
Because that's how it's pronounced.
Who taught you this?
don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was on a sign in front of a big building.
So, is Beryl actually from Ramshorn? Is this like
Yes,
something
he
you
is.
can make a check on or something? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess we can start
He-
getting into player checks now. The way I run player checks is if they so it's kind of like there's going to be a bit of metagaming that comes out of it, but essentially you roll insight versus their deception or their persuasion. And then if they beat it with either their deception, you would not know, or persuasion, you know they're telling the truth. And if they fail, they have to tell you if they're lying or not, essentially.
Oh, okay. I mean, it just seems like really suspicious, kind of, I guess, or curious.
So it's insight?
Yeah, you would roll insight, and then I would ask Beryl, to roll a persuasion as Ilyana's trying to as he's trying to persuade Ilyana that he's telling the truth.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he beats you. Oh, and he
Oh,
beats everybody. Everybody knows that
Okay.
he's actually from there, and he actually doesn't remember who taught him this, and he actually believes 100% that is how you say it. He's not being seedy.
Warlock is just convinced that Beryl is the smartest man alive.
Oh, well, that's something.
All right, so yeah, he's persuaded you that he is telling the truth, that he is from Ramshorn, that he believes that it is pronounced Ramshorn, and yeah, he's not lying to you about any of that.
Everyone pronounces things a little bit differently. Maybe the town just has two pronunciations. It's fine.
Well, it was on a sign in front of a building, so that's how it said.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, it's still a shame that you can't go back there.
Eh!
Why can't you go back?
Eh! Eh! Beryl just kind of shrugs.
Do you need a glass of water? I feel like you've got something stuck in your throat.
At this point, Errol will come down from the attic, having prepared everything, and give Beryl a reprieve as she says, "Water? Oh, drinks! Yes, drinks! I was wondering, does anybody want a drink?" And she kind of looks to all of you and says, "Do you want a drink?"
Oh,
I,
yeah, I
I'll
could
take
go for a
one.
drink.
She looks at you five and she says, "I'm not sure about you five, though. I think Taehunjo would get a little bit mad, although you are basically a hero and by any standards a full woman now. Would you like a drink? But you can't tell Joe."
Five just looks really confused and is like, "Do you have any milk?"
"Oh, yes, of course I have lots of milk. All right, I'll get some milk, and anybody else, I've got a nice hearty pumpkin ale if you'd like."
Oh no, that's not her age. That's her name.
"Oh, is that so? Interesting. I have to say, mister, I already know that, but thank you. We are old friends, Five and I. I got over that conversation a long time ago."
Yeah, Arrow's been here for a long time, too.
"Yes, yes, I have. Thy Shield's been my home for a very long time. I do appreciate the place. I used to come out from the Wood Elf area and sell my goods, but eventually I got my own front, much like our Kenku barkeeper, if you've met him." And she starts to pour some ales, and she looks back and she says, "So how many should I be pouring?"
ale for me.
"That's one.
I'd
I'll
love
take
to
one
try
as well.
That's two.
I'll have one as well.
All right. That's three. I believe the cleric. Did you want one?"
Yes, I'd love to try some.
"All right, let's all get in. All right." And she finished pouring all the drinks, and then pours one for Five, which is a glass of milk, and then she holds it up and says, "Cheers! to true heroes standing in the face of danger, putting their bodies and lives at risk for the good of others. And she cheers everybody.
And as
Ileana
everyone
cheers
drinks,
back.
Cheers.
Five just looks really surprised and like is staring at Gwen and is like, "Wait, you're a cleric?"
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, shit, does she know? How would she know? Maybe she has her own ways. I just gave her own ways of knowing you're a cleric.
Very much dressed in like a cleric vestments, and have a shield with like a holy symbol just engraved on it.
Yeah, and I think you have.
That's so cool.
Yeah. True. Visually, you are quite clerical, so we'll just run with it.
It's fine. It's fine. Five's just a little slow on the uptake.
Yeah, Five just said that it's really cool that you're a cleric.
Yes, I've spent most of my life studying under Pillar's Light and Grace. If you want, I can tell you all about him, and maybe one day you too could join our ranks.
Boy, here go again.
Hold on.
Ignore
one
the
sec.
heathen.
I have no idea who Paylor is, but yeah, you can totally tell me all about them.
All right, time for the hour-and-a-half long monologue.
And before you get into it, Errol says, wait, before we get into this, which is purely dry things, no offense, Mr. Cleric, but you know there is a little bit of festivities kicking up outside, and I wouldn't want you to be felt like you have to stay here and be cooped up. If you wanted to go around the city and have a good time and meet some people, you could always leave here and go walk around and do your own things. When Taehyun Joe comes back, I'll find you guys. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds fun. See you later, Errol.
All right. Yes, if you all want to go down into the courtyard, there should be a few other people having some drinks, and she actually goes to grab some other little like vials and stuff that have alcohol in them, and she kind of puts them in all of your arms, and she says, "Here you go for the Heroes of Die Shield. Have a good time, and make sure to be hanging around the West Quarter in the West Gate. I know a lot of people will be gathering on the road there, so I'm sure you'll be able to be finding lots of friends there."
Thanks for the drinks. Later.
Can Ileana run insight on what's her name?
Errol, and yes, for sure,
Errol.
you can definitely, all my NPCs, you can hit me up anytime you want to insight them. Even if it seems something small and minute.
Nope.
Yep, nope is right. For what you can tell, she just thinks that you guys should go enjoy the night because it only happens once every 11 years and you are literally the heroes tonight. So, as far as you can tell, that's her motivation.
Okie doke.
Anybody else can insight check her as well. I mean, Ileana doesn't know, but there's four others of you. If you want to, you know, when I say people do insight checks, I'm always like, they kind of like squint their eyes a bit, and other people can see that happen. And if you want to join in on the eye squinting, you can roll insight.
Oh
Yeah.
well, I mean,
believe it.
Five takes Errol at their word, but she knows her, so.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, so with that, she's like, yes, go have fun. People will want to meet you and get your names and everything, your stories. I'm sure they'll want to shower you with gifts the way that I've done tonight. And, yes, when Taehyun Jo comes, I'll inform her that you've been hanging out sort of around the West Quarter and the Western Road, where basically everybody is now. All right, have fun. And she kind of waves you off as you guys have a few drinks in your hands. I'm not going to make you put them in your inventory. It's just sort of like things you will drink as you walk around for the night. Yeah, and you see that there is a bunch of people gathering on this road, kind of just like sitting down on the sides of the road, drinking, chatting. There's different groups of people. And yeah, it's a beautiful night out. And you're getting really close now to the time when the Reeve is supposed to arrive, so you can tell that more and more people are kind of gathering down on the road for the Reeve's arrival. Yeah.
I should probably actually go soon. Oh God. I said conveniently as Gwen starts trying to evangelize.
Hilarious.
So you guys can definitely keep going, but I have to go do something.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else need to go? I think we'll just shut it down right now, probably.
I think we lost Beryl anyway.
He's just on a burb right now, but yeah, I think it's probably the proper time to shut it down. We'll get into the arrival of the Reeve and everything next session, and she'll set you guys up to, yeah, probably go to Middle Lake, but you guys can always chat with her and do other things. That's just sort of like, you know, what we have on the plate for next time. But yeah, that can always change.
Gwen
Okay.
definitely has to evangelize 5 when we come back.
Definitely. Yeah, so we'll be back next weekend. We're off the 29th this month, and if you have any sessions you're going to miss, let me know. Other than that, thanks for coming today. I'll probably be here for another like 10 minutes. I got to do post-session cleanup, and yeah, that'll be it. And 420, let's hit it.
Awesome. All right. Thanks so much.
So I have already let you know, but just let everyone else know. I'm not going to be here for like the next month. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to attend another session until the 11th of September, or 12th of September, I guess. It's a Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. And I was going to talk to you about RPing Gwendolyn on her own little special adventure for a little bit. But yeah, just for everybody else to know, we are losing our cleric, which is going to be kind of scary, but don't worry, I have a plan for that, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, and actually that does start next session, doesn't that? You're not here next session.
Yep.
Aw,
Oh,
I'll miss you.
Darn, I'm gonna miss out on Paylor, but
Yep. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back, and then I'll hang out for probably 10 minutes-ish, answer some more questions if you want, and then we'll shut it down.
are we gonna do?
Oh, yeah,
leveling up?
30 EXP, you get to 300, and we'll probably do a level up, because you're not going to, yeah, you can go ahead and do that, and we'll talk about that in Discord, but I got to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back.
All right.
All right, I'll write something up and post it in the Discord about what Gwendolyn says.
Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, wouldn't want you to miss out on my made-up bullshit.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Although I'll miss you for the next month. Although we're not gonna have at least one of those anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, but I do have to run, so if he comes back, tell him we can try to do my character level up later. But okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye. Do. Who's still here?
I'm still here.
Oh. Hello.
I have to figure out what this actually is supposed to sound like.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna take off, so you guys. So everybody have a good night.
Good night.
Night.
Woohoo!
Okay, I'm back, and I'm ready for questions.
Alrighty. So, do you want us all to do the experience points and level up and stuff next session, other than Gwen, who will not be here next session? So probably best to do that soon, I think.
We can go through it right now, or we can go through it over Discord, or we can go through it at the beginning of next session. Normally in my campaigns, I ask everybody to do it on their own time. A lot of the times your level ups aren't going to be big. However, level 2 for some of you is actually going to be big, and you'll probably have a lot of conversations that need to happen. However, for the most part, we don't level up together. But we have to sometimes in the middle of a stream. Like, it's just like you hit the point, you take a long rest. Like, if you guys would have just said, no, we're not partying, I don't want to drink, and we all are going to bed right now until like the Reeve comes, and then we're just gonna go to bed again, you might have like gotten to the point where you just leveled up in the middle of the stream. At which time that happens, it's fine. But for most part, if I give it to you at the end of a session, feel free to take your own time. And the reason I do this is because there's a lot of stuff sometimes that you need to look at, especially for things like wizards or spellcasters, just learning a whole bunch of new spells. So a lot of that is better done off, like outside of the session. However, we can go through leveling up during the session, and I usually give people a 10 to 15 minute window at the beginning of a session. If we did a level up last time, to go through the level up if they want me there, or if they just didn't get time. So
Okay, so I've never actually leveled up before. Do you just add on the 30 experience points and something happens?
yeah, let's go through it really quick. I will pull up who isn't here. Looks like Barrel's not here. No, Barrel is here. What the hell? Okay, never mind. Who am I?
Just,
Any sheet.
just real quick. Are we rolling for health or just doing the average?
Oh, yeah, and I never did this too. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we should probably cover in the meantime. But we do average until level 10, then I allow you to do roll for health. I just don't want any super 1 HP characters, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't let the randomness go too crazy until you have a good health base, and that's around level 10. So at level 10, when you do your level 10 level up, it's a big thing. I'm like, you can now finally roll for HP if you're feeling chaotic and want the randomness and the risk. Yeah. Any other questions before I kind of coach you guys through the level up? What the fuck? Oh, okay, never mind. Gwendolyn already did it. Yeah, anyways. Good job, Gwen.
The only other thing that I had that I was going to question was, I believe I picked a bag of some sort when I was making my character sheet, but I can't remember, and I don't have a bedroll thing. But I also noticed that I only have 5 rations versus the 10 that you said everybody else would have.
And that is all tied to your pack, which is actually the Burglar's Pack. You got the option to have a different type of pack, and everybody gets different ones. There's like Dungeoneers, Explorers, Priests. There's all different types of packs. And you would have had the option between, I believe, Explorers and Burglars, and you chose Burglars. Now, in Burglars, you get a bunch of different things like a hammer. Most people don't have a hammer. I think that's where it comes from, and like some other stuff. So it's that has to do in your rations are reduced with the Burglars Pack. I'm pretty sure that's where it all comes from. But however,
Okay.
you get other stuff in the Burglars Pack. Now, packs are not really that crazy or a problem because you can go to Bits and Baubles, my general goods store lady, and she'll sell you a bedroll. I was getting that one mixed up. Sell you a bedroll for a few gold. Something cheap.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that was the only thing. And then the rations, I wasn't sure if it was correct or not. So I just wanted to bring those up before anything else gets changed.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll even go to Burglar's Pack. You can look it up in the compendium as well alongside me if you have any questions. You only get 5 rations in a Burglar's Pack. However, you do get the flasks of oil, which is part of your hooded lantern thing, which is important. A lot of rogues play halfling, and they don't get dark vision, and it's really common to play Lightfoot halfling rogue. And then anyways, they take the hooded lantern and the flasks of oil so that they have light when they go into the dark. And we will be dungeon delving, so that will come in handy for you. The hooded lantern is a well-used item in my other campaigns by my other rogue.
Okay, cool.
You also get
and then-
pythons for climbing, so if you want to set up pythons for doing specific rock climbing, that's a thing, and you hammer them in with the hammer, and then you can climb the side of a building or stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff, and then the ball bearings, of course, which is an interesting one too, which have a lot of different uses. So Yeah, your burglar's pack is a lot of specialty items, but you do not get the. And I've ran into this with it when I took like a priest's pack one time. I was like, oh shit, I don't think it has a bedroll of all things.
No, it does not.
Yeah, I
Okay,
guess Gwen
that
could
was
confirm.
yeah, that was the only thing I was unsure about, and then yeah, just the how to um, level up.
Awesome. So I will go to your sheet right now. You have that experience points counter in the top right hand under your noble background, not your bobble background.
Okay, and just change that to 300.
You bet, and then you'll get a special little anvil, and it will take you back to your character master. So go ahead and click that, and that is you click that when you're ready to level up. And I'm giving you guys the level up a little early. Normally it's after a long rest, but I as the DM know that you guys are not going to encounter anything between now and meeting the Reeve and going to bed, or potentially carousing, because I'm going to bring in the carousing table next turn or next session. But normally, you will not click that button until you have had a long rest after gaining the experience points. So that's usually the sticking rule. But I personally know you're going to have a long rest, like literally at the beginning of next session, pretty much within the first hour for sure. So doing a level up ahead of time is cool. Now, this is where things get a little crazy for you, because I think you get to choose. It might not be to level 3, because rogues are weird, but you get to choose your subclass or background or whatever. It's your subclass. And anyways, your subclass needs to be Arcane Trickster. So let's go ahead and click the button. Have you gone into the Character Master yet? Can you see it?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, I just need to... For some reason, I can't see it. I'm like, what the heck? I thought I could monitor a level up while it goes on. It seems I would have to join you after you've initiated it. So, yes, now that you've initiated it, I can see you are here. And you have levels, you have HP, and it shows you your con modifier, which increases the amount, plus your average HP roll. And like Gwen asked before, do we roll or do we take average? You take average. Don't click anything, though. You just click next on this page. And it teaches you also, just quickly before we go to the next page, class features. You get your cunning action, and I'll explain that one. That's the one that changes things like dash and dodge into a bonus action. So you can move 60 feet using your bonus action and still retain your action. And then your roguish archetype, subclass chosen at level 3. Your total is level 2. So I was right. It is level 3 because you guys are a little weird. You're going to have to wait one more level until you get your spell casting and your mage hand and all your cool shit from being a trickster. But at least this turn, you start acting like a rogue because you get your cunning action. So I'll get you to click next.
All right.
I didn't even know you could level up with Character Mancer.
Oh, it's so much nicer sometimes. And now that I have all of the resources for the PHB and I paid for the DMG and all that shit, it actually is just clean as a whistle. So, are you on to features now?
Now I am.
Awesome. Under features, I think you're just gaining cunning action. All of the explanation will be in the right-hand side of the different things that it does, but it's a pretty simple thing. Now, you don't get any ability score or increase for your feats, and you do not have spellcasting yet, so you will literally just click next and you are done. Next until you're done, basically.
Cool. Did the thing.
All right, and now I'm going to come back in, check it out, make sure it did the thing right, but it probably is, that was an easy one, so it'll be really easy. You did the thing. You have your extra hit points. Yep, you look good. So, that's it. That's the level up. You did it.
Woo!
It gets a lot more interesting when you get to your next one and everyone after that, because level 3, you get your Arcane Trickster, which means you get to have your spells. Level 4, you get your ability increase or a feat. And so you'll have to look through the whole feat thing too. But yeah. If you want an ability increase, I would say maybe go for your Constitution, because it is a little low. A -1, it'll impact how much health points you get over time. And right now, I think you have the least out of everyone. Once everybody does their level ups, they'll have a better idea, but maybe not. Maybe we'll see who has the least, but I'm pretty sure you'll have the least.
Sounds about right. Okay, and then I think that was it for me. Um, oh yeah, the last thing I was going to ask, I think has already been fixed. When Ileana got hurt, she lost 1 hit point, but then when she upgraded or leveled up, I guess it's at 11 now instead of at, because it was at 8 and then it went down to 7 and now it's at 11.
Yep. So whenever you get the long rest, and we're putting this into the future a bit, but at the end of the night, after you guys beat the Reeve, you'll have a long rest, and at that long rest, you get all your hit points back.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay,
So you will
that's
be
what I was
at
going to ask.
you'll be at 11. At 11, the damage total doesn't carry over. Whatever minor scratches you took or bludgeoning damage, so whatever bruise you have from jumping that crazy distance, which was again just mind blowing. Yeah,
That was amazing.
that small bruise will have dissipated in the morning, and you won't have it.
Okay, and then the last thing before I go away is you had mentioned that you wanted to give us inspiration or something for the way we were playing today.
Oh yeah, see, I'm really bad at it. So as a DM, again, you guys, I encourage you to ask me for inspiration because I do forget and I try and give it out, but there's so many good moments, and then anyways, so yeah, with your level 2s at the beginning of the next day after the Reeve, you will have leveled up, you will have gained the inspiration from, being the heroes and playing your characters really well. By the way, everyone's doing a fucking 10 out of 10 job right now, and everybody's really good at Roll20, which is also crazy. It's like the game you guys are playing like a regular, like I don't feel like I'm playing with newbies at all, actually. I feel like I'm playing with veterans almost. I mean, a few questions here and there, but anyways, it's been going really good. So you all deserve inspiration for sure, and I'll make sure I'm going to put that in the to-do for me because I have a list of things to do, and in there is like finish all the faction write-ups so that you guys have that. But yeah, I'll make sure to add inspiration to your sheets, but you can go ahead and do it now, Ileana. And Gwen, if you're still here.
And just click it.
Yeah, and it puts a little like a counter, and then you click it to turn it
the
off.
dragon thing.
Yeah, exactly. And then you click it to turn it off. And you only get it once, so it's either on, off. The same way that when I put that status effect of that blue dot on your token, which I just put up now again, it's just a single use. And then once it's gone, you turn it off like I turn off the token indicators, the status indicators.
Okay, perfect. And I keep getting questions as I think of them. Sorry. The last thing I was going to say is, do you want me to remind you to put in your to-do lists about fixing my token duty thing so I can move her around?
Oh, did I not do that? You should be able to move her around right now.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure because we had changed maps and then I couldn't move her again. I wasn't sure if that was like permanently fixed or if it was like if every time we move a map.
No, that's permanently fixed. Actually, your token should now forever, like, I should have copy-pasted it, that's my rule, but essentially, if I do that, it's a permanent thing. I take you to a new map, and then I paste your token onto it, and it retains all of the information. The problem was this session, I did something I'm not supposed to do as a DM, which was just jump back to a page, and that's why in the beginning of the session we had that problem, and then this token didn't get updated because it was sitting on a different page and it was from a different time. What I should have done is just cleared off all of your tokens, and that's what I'm supposed to do, and then paste them, and it would have come updated even with your 7 out of 8 hit points, and it carries not just your hit points but everything about your sheet over to the next page. And yeah, that was a one-off. We'll call it a one-off.
Okay, just checking. And that's it. That's all I got.
All right. I'm going to head out unless, Ditton, you got one more, because my doggo probably wants to go for a walko, and I got to make supper.
Yeah. The only thing is I did my character level up manually because I had already started by the time I figured out from what you were saying that there's a character master option for it. So I'm pretty sure it's all right, but you could just double check at some point.
Yeah, I'll take my time doing that probably over the next week or whatever. But it should have been really easy for you. Your average was what? plus your con. What was your health average?
It's 5, and then plus con is 6, so that's why it's 15.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And let's see, you didn't gain iron class, didn't gain any of that. Proficiency is still the same. You did the level 2 thing. Yeah, that's good. I'll have to go into like cleric stuff and your subclass because there'll be stuff from your class and subclass that you gain. Yeah, and so for the future, please do use the character mancer because it's just a lot easier. But I'll go through it. I'll make your character. What I do is I just make your character, and then I level it up, and we see if we get pretty much the same thing, and then I investigate any discrepancies. One time I tried to make Ilyana's character, and I fucked up the ability stats, and I sat there for like 10 minutes being like, why are they different? And I'm like, oh, I put them in the wrong place. But yeah, I'll do that, and I'll let you know on Discord whether or not I come up with anything that's wrong. But again, leveling up to level 2 should be pretty easy. But we'll go through it.
All right. Yeah, that's everything then.
Wicked. All right, I'm going to head out and shut it down. So thanks for hanging out.
See you in a month, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be a really long time. But after that, we'll be ready to go. I don't think they'll be too deep into the hook of the main story either. So it'll be the next few sessions is just a lot of like walking and killing kind of thing. So they got to travel a ways, and it's going to not too much about like the main stories and stuff. I don't think will be coming out, so you won't miss much as far as that goes.
I can like skim over the VODs afterwards to catch up.
True, and I do write a pretty concise, or not the opposite of concise, verbose. I write a pretty verbose recap usually. So you'll be. I'll have that for you at least. So.
All right, great.
All right, I'll talk to you, dang, in like 4 weeks. And hey, have fun, and enjoy your sister's family, I believe is what it is, or maybe I got that wrong, but enjoy your time.
Yeah, I'll be spending a lot of time looking after the kids, but I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah, kids are great, so.
Yep.
All right.
See ya.
Ciao. All right, Tuck, let's go. All right, Twitchers, we're going. I'm heading out. It's been a wonderful day, and now I've got to go walk my doggo. Let's see how many we got here. We should probably go do a little raido in the Twitchiverse. You know, the Twitchiverse is a beautiful place. Lots of beautiful people there. And I would love to raid one of my D&D channels that I like to watch. We will see who is up and who is around. Another great session. We basically made it through the fight with the beetles as good as I thought we would. Although, when our Dragonborn monk decided to jump on top of one and fail, she took quite a bit of damage, actually. I was pretty interested in that. Let's see how far is Table Story into their stream today. Table Story is another D&D stream. Nah, it's just like, nah, I'm not going to that one. Dang, and there's not many people on. There's Honeyed Satin who's playing Cozy Grove, which is not great. I like to raid most of my friends. Let's see, Table Story. Come on, how long have you actually been on? For some reason, it's not showing me on my mobile version, which is interesting. Yeah, so I wonder if they have the uptime thing. How long does this... well, you know what? We won't worry about it. This is what I'm going to do. I already see we've started falling off on viewers, so I think I'm just going to let you guys do what you want. There's only a few of us left here, and thanks again for tuning in. I'll be posting this VOD on YouTube along with all the other stuff that I do kind of thing for this campaign, so you'll be able to follow along there. Yeah, but that'll